yang menanamkan rasa pada tubuh kendali zaman. Uhamka, lentera-lentera yang menyala berada di setiap sudut, memberikan cahaya. Uhamka, suara-suara kecerdasan dari telinga dan mata Indonesia untuk masa depan berkemajuan. Yang menanamkan rasa pada tubuh kendali zaman. Uhamka, lentera-lentera yang menyala berada di setiap sudut, memberikan cahaya. Suara-suara kecerdasan dari telinga dan mata Indonesia untuk masa depan berkemajuan. yang menanamkan rasa pada tubuh kendali zaman. Hamka, lentera-lentera yang menyala berada di setiap sudut, memberikan cahaya. Hamka, suara-suara kecerdasan dari telinga dan mata Indonesia untuk masa depan berkemajuan. Menebar kebaikan ke segala arah, bersama membangun kekuatan.
yang memiliki lisensi akreditasi unggul terus berupaya melakukan transformasi dan inovasi untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang punya daya saing baik dalam dunia kerja yang semakin kompetitif maupun dalam berwirausaha, karena UHAMKA membekali pribadi lulusan yang berkarakter cerdas, kreatif, dan inovasi.
UHAMKA's campus buildings are located in strategic areas to facilitate accessibility for the effectivity supports the quality of education. To ensure the quality of UHAMKA graduates, they are equipped with adequate facilities and infrastructure, own building, library, and e-library with various collections that has been always updated with progress of science. There are CBT rooms and laboratories scattered through the campus building according to the study program. In addition, it is also equipped with sport facilities, health clinic, parking spaces, and mosque or prayer rooms in each building. Starting with a commitment to produce educators with prophetic vision, UHAMKA went through 4 important historical phases in its establishment. The pioneering period was named the Teacher Education College, PTPG, which was inaugurated on November 18, 1957. The faculty period was named the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education with its head office at the Universitas Muhammadiyah, Jakarta in 1958. Independent period named the Educational Science Teacher Training Institute, FKIP, Muhammadiyah, Jakarta in 1965. The university period was named Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. HAMKA in 1997 by decree of the Director General of Higher Education, number 138, Dikti, Cap 1997. The transformation into university was enthusiastically welcomed by the entire academic community. Inspired by the extraordinary learning spirit of multidisciplinary cleric, the name HAMKA was assigned to UHAMKA. This initial milestone was publicly announced at the graduation ceremony for the undergraduates and diploma graduates of FKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta, June 1, 1997, by the chairman of PP Muhammadiyah, Dr. Haji Muhammad Amin Rais. With this multidisciplinary spirit, UHAMKA continues to develop various study programs, such as Faculty of Teacher Training and Education with 12 study programs, Faculty of Economic and Business, 5 study programs, Faculty of Industrial Technology and Informatics, 4 study programs, Faculty of Health Science, 2 study programs, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, 1 study programs, Faculty of Psychology, 1 study program, Faculty of Pharmacy and Science, 2 study programs and 1 profession, Faculty of Islamic Religion, 3 study programs, Faculty of Medicine, 2 study programs and 1 profession, as well as a postgraduate school with 10 master's program concentrations and 1 doctoral program. They are Educational Research and Evaluation, Educational Administration, Indonesian Language Education, English Education, Public Health Science, Management, Social Science Education, Basic Education, Mathematics Education, Pharmaceutical Sciences, as well as the Indonesian Language Education of Postgraduate Program. With long experience of integrating scientific knowledge and practices, UHAMKA's GATE has been greatly appreciated, not only from within the country, but also internationally. One of which is the Peace Messenger Certificate, award from the United Nations in 1988 related to UHAMKA's commitment for peace and humanity. UHAMKA is treading a new pace to become a university with superior accreditation of BPT. This is a proof that UHAMKA never stop innovating and keep continue to develop competencies by doing various collaboration with both domestic and foreign institutions, educational institutions, government, business, and other organizations. Until today, UHAMKA has produced so many scholars with spiritual, intellectual, emotional, and social intelligence spread throughout the country.
Tahun 57 berdirilah sebuah mimpi. FKIP Muhammadiyah awal mula cerita. Kini UHAMKA namanya melangkah lebih jauh. UHAMKA maju semangat terus berkobar. Universitas Unggul di tanah yang tercinta. Mencipta SDM berkualitas penuh integritas. Langkah demi langkah ditempuh, jalan panjang penuh harapan. Dari FKIP jadi universitas besar, bila pendidikan membangun generasi gemilang. UHAMKA maju semangat terus berkobar. Universitas Unggul di tanah yang tercinta. Mencipta SDM berkualitas penuh integritas. Setiap mahasiswa membawa cahaya dalam setiap langkahnya. Kita sungguh di tanah yang tercinta. Mencipta SDM berkualitas penuh integritas. Trust dan compassion selalu di jiwa. UHAMKA, kau kebanggaan kita. Di setiap langkah kau bawa cinta. Terus maju takkan pernah berhenti. Universitas sungguh berhati selamanya. Pada tahun 57 berdirilah sebuah mimpi. FKIP Muhammadiyah awal mula cerita. Kini UHAMKA namanya melangkah lebih jauh. UHAMKA maju semangat terus berkobar. Universitas Unggul di tanah yang tercinta. Mencipta SDM berkualitas penuh integritas. Trust dan compassion selalu di jiwa. Langkah demi langkah ditempuh, jalan panjang penuh harapan. Dari FKIP jadi universitas besar, bila pendidikan membangun generasi gemilang. UHAMKA maju semangat terus berkobar. Universitas Unggul di tanah yang tercinta. Mencipta SDM berkualitas penuh integritas. Trust dan compassion selalu di jiwa. Setiap mahasiswa membawa cahaya dalam setiap langkahnya. Membawa perubahan, integritas di hati, trust di setiap janji. Compassion membimbing menuju masa depan cerah. UHAMKA maju semangat terus berkobar. Universitas Unggul di tanah yang tercinta. Mencipta SDM berkualitas penuh integritas. Trust dan compassion selalu di jiwa. UHAMKA, kau kebanggaan kita. Di setiap langkah kau bawa cinta. Terus maju takkan pernah berhenti. Universitas Unggul berhati selamanya. Pada tahun 57 berdirilah sebuah mimpi. FKIP Muhammadiyah awal mula cerita. Kini UHAMKA namanya melangkah lebih jauh. UHAMKA maju semangat terus berkobar. Universitas Unggul di tanah yang tercinta. Mencipta SDM berkualitas penuh integritas. pendidikan, membangun generasi gemilang. UHAMKA maju, semangat terus berkobar. Universitas Unggul di tanah yang tercinta, cerdas, TM berkualitas, penuh integritas, trust dan compassion selalu di jiwa. Setiap mahasiswa membawa cahaya dalam setiap langkahnya, membawa perubahan, integritas di hati, trust di setiap janji, compassion membimbing menuju masa depan cerah. UHAMKA maju, semangat terus berkobar. Universitas Unggul di tanah yang tercinta, cerdas, TM berkualitas, penuh integritas, trust dan compassion selalu di jiwa. UHAMKA, kau kebanggaan kita di setiap langkah, kau bawa cinta, terus maju takkan pernah berhenti. Universitas Unggul hati selamanya. Pada tahun 57 berdirilah sebuah mimpi, FKIP Muhammadiyah awal mula cerita. Kini UHAMKA namanya melangkah lebih jauh. UHAMKA maju, semangat terus berkobar. Universitas Unggul di tanah yang tercinta, cerdas, TM berkualitas, penuh integritas, trust dan compassion selalu di jiwa. Langkah demi langkah ditempuh, jalan panjang penuh harapan. Dari FKIP jadi universitas besar, pilar pendidikan, membangun generasi gemilang. UHAMKA maju, semangat terus berkobar. Universitas Unggul di tanah yang tercinta, cerdas, TM berkualitas, penuh integritas, trust dan compassion selalu di jiwa. Setiap mahasiswa membawa cahaya dalam setiap langkahnya, membawa perubahan, integritas di hati, trust di setiap janji, compassion membimbing menuju masa depan cerah. UHAMKA maju, semangat terus berkobar. Universitas Unggul di tanah yang tercinta, cerdas, TM berkualitas, penuh integritas, trust dan compassion selalu di jiwa. UHAMKA, kau kebanggaan kita di setiap langkah, kau bawa cinta, terus maju takkan pernah berhenti. Universitas Unggul hati selamanya. Pada tahun 57 berdirilah sebuah mimpi, FKIP Muhammadiyah awal mula cerita. Kini UHAMKA namanya melangkah lebih jauh. UHAMKA maju, semangat terus berkobar. Universitas Unggul di tanah yang tercinta, cerdas, TM berkualitas, langkah demi langkah ditempuh, jalan panjang penuh harapan. Dari FKIP jadi universitas besar, pilar pendidikan, membangun generasi gemilang. UHAMKA maju, semangat terus berkobar. Universitas Unggul di tanah yang tercinta, cerdas, TM berkualitas, penuh integritas, trust dan compassion selalu di jiwa. Setiap mahasiswa membawa cahaya dalam setiap langkahnya, membawa perubahan, integritas di hati, trust di setiap janji, compassion membimbing menuju masa depan cerah. UHAMKA maju, semangat terus berkobar. Universitas Unggul di tanah yang tercinta, cerdas, TM berkualitas, penuh integritas, trust dan compassion selalu di jiwa. UHAMKA, cerita, kini UHAMKA namanya
Cek 1, cek 2.
UHAMKA maju semangat terus berkobar. Universitas unggul di tanah yang tercinta, mencipta SDM berkualitas, penuh integritas, trust dan compassion selalu di jiwa. Langkah demi langkah ditempuh, jalan panjang penuh harapan. Dari IKIP jadi universitas bisa bila pendidik.
Welcome to HAMKA Muda at the Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. HAMKA, UHAMKA. Here is where the best young generation from all over the country carve their dreams, strengthen their faith and piety, as well as earn their lifetime knowledge. Here in this university, we do not just learn about science. More than that, we learn the importance of integrating spiritual, intellectual, emotional, and social intelligence to build a progressive civilization. UHAMKA strives with all these values to be at the forefront of integrating the holy mission of the Prophet and making UHAMKA a prophetic teaching university. UHAMKA tries to live up to its sacred mission as a prophetic teaching university by integrating values of humanization, liberation, and transcendence in all learning activities. Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan, the founder of Muhammadiyah, said that education is medium to form Muslim human beings who are virtuous, pious in religion, intellectually mature, and committed to fighting for the development of humankind.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Visi HAMKA adalah menjadi prophetic teaching university. Untuk mewujudkannya, kami berkomitmen melahirkan lulusan yang beriman dan bertakwa, memiliki kompetensi yang unggul, serta memiliki komitmen untuk menghidupkan nilai-nilai kemanusiaan. Di tengah tantangan kehidupan serba digital, HAMKA yang memiliki lisensi akreditasi unggul terus berupaya melakukan transformasi dan inovasi untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang punya daya saing baik dalam dunia kerja yang semakin kompetitif maupun dalam berwirausaha, karena HAMKA membekali pribadi lulusan yang berkarakter cerdas, kreatif, dan inovasi.
UHAMKA's campus buildings are located in strategic areas to facilitate accessibility for the effectivity supports the quality of education. To ensure the quality of UHAMKA graduates, they are equipped with adequate facilities and infrastructure, own building, library, and e-library with various collections that has been always updated with progress of science. There are CBT rooms and laboratories scattered through the campus building according to the study program. In addition, it is also equipped with sport facilities, health clinic, parking spaces, and mosque or prayer rooms in each building. Starting with a commitment to produce educators with prophetic vision, UHAMKA went through four important historical phases in its establishment.
Here today, and the program will start in a few moments, so please be seated comfortably. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wa bi nasta'in ala umuri dunya wadin. Assalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain. Amma ba'du. Honorable Director General of Science and Technology, Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Professor Dr. Ahmad Najib Burhani, MA. Honorable Secretary of the Directorate General of Science and Technology, Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Dr. M. Samsuri, SPD, MT, ASEAN Eng. Honorable the Director of Transformative Learning Strategies and Systems, Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Professor Dr. R.D. Findriantini, PhD. Honorable Deputy for Health, Coordinating Ministry for Human Development and Cultural Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, Professor Dr. Sukadiono. Honorable Director of Digital Education Development, Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia, Professor Dr. Dianta Sumatri, MEd. Honorable our keynote speakers and a lecturer in University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Professor Lua Penlin, PhD. Honorable our keynote speakers and a lecturer in Universitas Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. HAMKA, Aris Setiawan, PhD. Honorable Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. HAMKA, Professor Dr. Gunawan Suryaputro, MHum. Honorable Vice Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. HAMKA, Professor Dr. Noni Salihati, MPD. Honorable the Head of Institute for Research, Community Service and Publications, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. HAMKA, Professor Heri Mulyono, PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin by expressing our highest gratitude to the Almighty God for His blessing and grace that bring us together in this remarkable event today. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome the distinguished guests, respected speakers, presenters, and all participants from around the world. Welcome to the International Conference on Healthcare Safety and Transformative Learning in Health Education 2025. We are truly delighted to have you here, both on-site and online, to join this inspiring event under the main theme, Strengthening Healthcare Safety and Health Education through Transformative Learning for Global Well-Being. This conference brings together educators, researchers, and practitioners who share the same visions to create meaningful transformation in education for future-ready learners. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin this wonderful occasion, let us rise and give our honor by singing the Indonesia Raya and Mars Muhammadiyah. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the singing of Indonesia Raya and Mars Muhammadiyah.
Jadi pandu Muhammad, junjungan Al-Islam agamaku, Muhammadiyah gerakanku, hidup fajar cerah gelapan, mengusir kabut hitam, menggugah kaum muslimin, hindarkan keraguan, hingga matahari terbit di ufuk timur sana. Seruan ilahi Rabbi salina wa akhana. Ya Allah, Tuhan Rabbiku, Muhammad junjungan Al-Islam agamaku, Muhammadiyah gerakanku, Muhammadiyah gerakanku.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. The next agenda is the report from the chairperson of the organizing committee. We would like to invite Dr. Engla Meriska and Biomed to deliver the report. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, before I begin, I would like to share a short Indonesian pantun. Tapi harus bilang cakep, okay? Winds of change across the sky. Innovation leads the way. Transformative learning helps us to try to build a healthier world each day. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. Distinguished guests, Honorable Professor Najib Burhani, Director of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Honorable Dr. Samsuri, Secretary of Directorate General of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Professor Dr. Sukadiono, Deputy for Health Coordinating Ministry for Human Development and Culture Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. Thank you, Prof, for coming to our university. Professor Dr. Arti Filyatini, PhD. Thank you, Prof, for coming. Professor Dr. Dianta Sumantri, MAD, PhD. Professor Lua Pelin from University Sultan Zainal Abidin Uniza, Terengganu, Malaysia. Thank you, Prof, for coming. And Aris Tiawan, MBA, PhD from University of Muhammadiyah, Professor at HAMKA. Thank you, Pak. Today, it's really my great honor and pleasure on behalf of the organizing committee to warmly welcome to all you to International Seminar on Healthcare Safety in Transformative Learning. This seminar is part of our collective effort to promote transformative learning, especially in healthcare safety. Through today's discussion, we hope to explore and strengthen the development of transformative learning modules that will enhance safety skill and their integration in higher education. One of the key outcomes on this conference is to gather valuable feedback from teacher lecture institution in Jabodetabek to come in our institution, ensuring that the modules we develop are not only innovative but also relevant and applicable to rich teaching and learning practice in university. We are proud to share that this year's conference brings on-site, online, or offline. Thank you for coming in our joining in this seminar. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all our distinguished speaker, participant, and supporting partner for their contribution and commitment. May this seminar inspire new ideas, foster collaboration, and open new pathways toward meaningful transformation in education. Once again, thank you for being part of Insight 2025. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The next agenda is the opening and welcoming remarks. We would like to invite the Director of Transformative Learning Strategies and Systems, Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Professor Dr. Andri Vindiartini, PhD, to deliver welcoming remarks and officially open this special event. The time is yours.
Thank you very much for enriching this international conference on healthcare safety and transformative learning in health education. We would like to also extend our gratitude to consistent support from the Universitas HAMKA. Thank you very much, Mr. Chancellor, Professor Gunawan Suryaputro, for supporting the ministry in collaborating with the universities, including UHAMKA, in developing and implementing, also evaluating the transformative learning models that also will be influencing very much the healthcare safety and also the health science education. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are opening a two-day interesting and also important activities, International Conference on Healthcare Safety and Transformative Learning in Health Education, INSIGHT, and we are proud to collaborate on this very important occasion with a team from Universitas UHAMKA, particularly the LPPMP. Thank you very much, Prof. Heri, and also Dr. Engla and team who have been orchestrating and also preparing this international conference very well. We understand that the theme of this conference anchor in our directorate mission in developing transformative learning and translating the transformative learning in our education, including in health science educations as well as in healthcare safety education. We believe that these transformative learning strategies is needed and need to be practiced in day-to-day interaction, in day-to-day teaching and learning practices conducted by our teachers as well as our learners. We hope by incorporating transformative learning and also discussing all of the critical sub-themes in this conference, including healthcare safety innovations, resilience and preparedness in healthcare and global health, conventional and transformative occupational health safety learning approaches, simulation-based and experiential learning, transformative pedagogy for healthcare and occupational health, policy, regulation, and institutional support for transformative learning, artificial intelligence and digital innovation in healthcare education, and assessment in health professions education. All are very prompt and also timely topics that needs to be discussed in health science educations. So I would like to congratulate everyone to the implementation of this international conference on healthcare safety and transformative learning in health education. And by that, I would like to formally open this conference. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The next agenda, we will have a welcoming speech from the Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. HAMKA, Professor Dr. Gunawan Suryaputro, M.Hum. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah, la haula wa la quwata illa billah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadar Rasulullah. Amma ba'du. Very good morning, distinguished keynote speakers, Profesor Dr. Sukadiono, Deputy for Health, Coordinating Minister for Human Development and Cultural Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, distinguished speakers, as also as a representative of the Director Generals of the Science and Technology, Director of the Directorate of Transformation Learning Strategies for System, Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Republic of Indonesia, respected keynote speakers. First, let me read the list. Sorry. Profesor Dr. Dianta Sumantri, M. Medical Education, PhD, Director of Digital Education Development, Faculty of Medicine, University of Indonesia, Universitas Indonesia. And then Professor Lupi Lins, PhD, from University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Malaysia. And Aris Tiawan, MPA, PhD, from Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. HAMKA. Ladies and gentlemen, of course it is a great honor for me to welcome you all to participate this important international conference on the healthcare safety and transformative learning of health education. First of all, I would like to appreciate for you all present today, that is your presence in this seminar indeed enriches the academic forum and inspires our continuous efforts towards education transformation. This seminar is an integral part of transformation learning module in health sciences, especially within the space of occupational health and safety. And the faculty is conducted, so this activities, this seminar is conducted in collaboration with the Directorate of Transformation Learning, Strategies and System Minister of Education, Science and Technology. Thank you, Professor Titin. So far, she is very enthusiastic to pick up UHAMKA in doing this project. And this is one of the activities doing the project on transformation, learning transformation. As you know, that the aim of this seminar is to strengthen the implementation of transformation, transformative education, where learning is not only about knowledge transfer, but also about changing perspective, building professional values, encouraging innovation in health and safety practices. I do hope that significance of transformative learning in triple key plays a crucial role in developing critical awareness, ethical and responsibility, and practical competence among health students and professionals. It ensures that learning experiences are connected to real-world challenges, encouraging reflection, collaboration, and innovation in replace safety and well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, through this approach, UHAMKA reaffirms this commitment to cultivating future health professionals who are not only skillful but also mindful, ethical, and social responsible, collaborative, and global outlook. Finally, I forgot to greet the Dean. Thank you for the participation of the Dean of the Public Health, Ibu Oni, the Faculty of Education, Pak Purnama, the Dean of Faculty of Pharmacy and Science, Pak Supandi, and also the Secretary Director of Postgraduate Program, and all my beloved students. I believe that your participation and your presence today is bringing our broadened knowledge, and we will be inspired to get the current issues relating to the transformative learning, particularly in health education. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the documentation and souvenir presentation session as a token of appreciation for this special event. We would like to invite our honorable guests, Honorable Professor Dr. Andri Findiantini, PhD, Honorable Professor Dr. Gunawan Surya Putra, M.Hum, Honorable Professor Heri Mulyono, PhD, Honorable Professor Dr. Sukadiono, Honorable Aris Setioan, PhD, Honorable Dr. Engla Meriska, PhD. Please come forward to the stage to take documentation session. invite Professor Heri Mulyono, PhD, to present a sovereign to Professor Dr. Andri Pindrahini, PhD. Now we'd like to invite Dr. Dahlan, PhD, to present a sovereign to Aisyah Setiawan, PhD. Now we'd like to invite Professor Heri Mulyono, PhD, to present sovereign to Professor Lua Peilin, PhD. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, you may sit. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving to the main agenda of today's conference, our first keynote session. But before we begin, we are delighted to introduce our distinguished moderator, Dr. Siti Zulaiha, PhD, who will lead and guide this session. Siti Zulaiha, MA, PhD, is an associate professor and the head of the master programs in English language education in UHAMKA Graduate School, Jakarta. She completed both her MA and PhD in applied linguistics at the University of Queensland. Her expertise spans language assessment, teacher education, digital language teachings and learning, and qualitative research. She has consulted on education projects across Southeast Asia and served as an editor and module developers. To Siti Zulaiha, MA, PhD, the stage is yours. Please give it applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished guests, keynote speakers, colleagues, and participants joining on site and online through the official HAMKA Zoom portal. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my honor to welcome you to the International Conference on Healthcare, Safety and Transformative Learning and Health Education. Today, we are privileged to have 5 keynote speakers who will deliver their insights on healthcare transformation from both national and international perspectives. This morning's session will begin with 2 keynote addresses, followed by a joint discussion and Q&A session. I would like to invite Prof. and Prof. to join you. Thank you. It is my pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Supadiono. Professor Dr. Supadiono, FM, is a distinguished medical doctor, scholar, and leader whose career is education, health, and public service. Currently serving as Deputy for Health at the Coordinating Ministry for Human Development and Cultural Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. He is also a professor of exercise physiology and former rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah, Surabaya, a position he held for 3 consecutive terms. Professor Sukadiono earned his Doctor of Medicine from Universitas Airlangga, a Master of Management from Universitas Narotama, and a doctorate in Sports Science from Universitas Negeri Surabaya. His academic expertise in exercise physiology reflects his lifelong passion for health, sports, and education. Throughout his leadership, he has transformed Universitas Muhammadiyah Surabaya into an innovative and socially engaged institution, widely recognized as the campus of million innovations in 2022. He was appointed chair of Muhammadiyah East Java Province, where he continues to promote education, health, and community empowerment guided by Muhammadiyah's value. Please join me in welcoming Professor Sukadiono.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay. Distinguished colleagues, Professor Dr. Ahmad Najib Burhani, DG of Science and Technology, Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Professor Dr. R.D. Vindiyartini, PhD, Director of Transformative Learning Strategies and System, Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Profesor Gunawan Suryo Saputra, MHum, Rektor UHAMKA University, Profesor Heri Mulyono, PhD, Lecturer UHAMKA University, Profesor Dr. Diyanta Sumantri, PhD, Director of Digital Education Development Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia, Profesor Luat Lin, PhD, from University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Malaysia, and honored speakers, estimate attendants and students. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah, la haula wa la quwata illa billah. Honored guests and fellow speakers, allow me to express my respect and gratitude for the opportunity to be the keynote speakers at this event. The theme we are raising today is highly relevant to the development of health education in the modern era. Transformative learning, a necessity. In recent decades, the world of health education has experienced a significant paradigm shift. We no longer focus solely on the transfer of knowledge, but rather on how that knowledge can be applied in real world context. This is where the role of transformative learning becomes crucial. Transformative learning is not just a method, but an approach that enables learners to experience fundamental shift in perspective, understanding, and action. Through transformative learning, we not only educate, but also shape agents of change capable of addressing global health challenges. Implementing transformative learning. So, how do we implement transformative learning in health education? Here are some steps we can take. The first, designing a competence-based curriculum. The curriculum should be designed to provide not only knowledge, but also the skills and attitude needed in the healthcare profession. Second, using active learning method. Methods such as problem-based learning, case-based learning, and simulation can help students become more engaged and understand the material in depth. Third, integrating technology, utilizing technologies such as learning, maybe virtual reality and health apps can improve the accessibility and quality of learning. The fourth, encouraging collaboration. Collaboration between educational institute, hospital, and communities is crucial to providing a holistic learning experience. 5, continuous evaluation. Evaluation must be conducted continuously to ensure that transformative learning is truly achieved and impacts better healthcare practice. Challenge and opportunities. Of course, implementing transformative learning is not without challenge. We must be prepared to face resistance to change, limited resources, and the need for training for educators. However, behind this challenge lies a significant opportunity to create a new generation of healthcare professionals who are more competent, innovative, and empathetic. In closing my keynote today, I would like to emphasize that the development and implementation of transformative learning in healthcare education is not merely an option, but a necessity. With our commitment and collaboration, I am confident that we can create higher quality healthcare education that is more relevant to the needs of the community. I hope this event can be catalyst for positive change in our healthcare education. And may Allah guide unit our purpose and bring this vision to fruition. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Suko. Before we go to Q&A, let's do our keynote session 2 by Professor Dr. Ardi Findiartini, PhD. Prof. Ardi is a full professor of medical education at the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia, and currently serving as the Director of Transformative Learning, Strategies and Systems at the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology. Prof. Findiartini obtained her PhD in medical education from the University of Melbourne, Australia, and after completing her Doctor of Medicine and Bachelor of Medicine at Universitas Indonesia. Her distinguished career spans leadership roles such as Director of the Medical Education Center Research Center at the Indonesia Medical Education and Research Institute and Head of the Medical Education Unit, where she contributed extensively to innovation in curriculum, interprofessional learning, and transformative pedagogy. Internationally, she served at the Aspire Excellence in Faculty Development Review Panel of the Association for Medical Education in Europe and has received multiple honors, including the Karolinska Institute Prize for Research in Medical Education Fellowship in 2023, and AMEE International Grant for Faculty Development in 2022, and an Erasmus Grant on Planetary Health Education 2024-2025. Her scholarly impact is reflected in more than 80 international publications shaping national and global medical education reform. Please join me in warmly welcoming Professor Dr. Ardi Pindiartini.
Thank you very much for a very kind introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests and also speakers of this international conference. In this occasion, I would like to share more of the transformative learning, development, and implementation, particularly for the health science education. So we understand that the current health system has been changing, and it aims to serve a diverse set of people. Of course, this requires adaptive health professionals. Adaptive health professionals who are highly literate in their science, highly literate in their human skills. And in this presentation, I would like to highlight how the implementation of transformative learning strategy will actually strengthen the interaction between teachers, lecturers, as well as students, which finally enable the attainment of the learning outcomes of all of the health professionals, regardless the field. We understand that there has been the changing landscape of healthcare, provision of care in multiple locations, delivery of care based on large data sets and AI, and it also involves multiple providers in patient care. There is no patient care without involvement of diverse healthcare professionals, be it medical doctors, nurses, pharmacists, other healthcare providers in community as well as in the healthcare institutions. And this current healthcare globally also has been using machines and inseparable of interface of the medical practice. And we understand that the changes are inevitable. We have the current trends in personalized medicine. We understand the current evidence on the patient care, on the provisions of the medicine. However, at the same time, we need to understand also the person, the people, the family that we are caring. The human-machine interface has been increasing, and there is also increasing in ambulatory care, as I mentioned before, the use of AI, expected competence in system-based practice. So, as mentioned by the previous keynote speaker, it is not enough at the moment to only enable our students and our lecturers to only attain on knowledge and technical skills or procedural skills, but also very necessary for us to also enable our colleagues, our future healthcare professional, to be able to involve, to be able to change and also improve the healthcare system, meaning the expected competence in system-based practice. And with the regards of the change in demography and disease epidemiology, everything indeed has been changing, and the change itself is actually constant, and it means that the curricula, the learning processes needs to also be adaptive. Therefore, even though that we try to adapt continuously and change also the learning outcomes of our curricula in health science education, the core of the change needs to also think about or also anchor in the teaching students how to think, how to critically think, and how to implement their metacognition, and also instilling lifelong learning practice. Because we want the future ideal healthcare professionals who are able to adopt team-based practice, respect person-centered care, be science-driven, provide a high-value care, and contribute to a culturally competent, diverse, and resilient workforce. So in short, again, knowledge and skills are important, but not exhaustive. We need to also instill the professional and also personal development of our current students who are the future healthcare professionals. As healthcare changes rapidly, health science education must cope and adapt to answer the needs of the society. The scheme came from the very important publications 15 years ago from Lancet on health professional for a new century, transforming education to strengthen health system in an interdependent world. The bottom line of this paper is that if we change or improve the education system, we expect the impact of the change and improvement also in healthcare system. The needs in the healthcare system, including the expected competence and skills, knowledge, and other human skills of healthcare professionals needed in healthcare system, needs to be fed back and also be informed to the current education system. So the key point of this is the importance of relevance. So we need to make sure that our health science education also always keep relevant with the need of the health sciences in the healthcare system. So the demand for health workforce needs to inform the supply for the health workforce. And this is also very much relevant to the health science education. Therefore, the experiential component of the system-based practice in our health science education is needed to assure the relevance. So we need to bring the current problems, the current challenges in healthcare system, and also discussing the role of the health science education back to our classroom. Hence, our students and our teachers are kept updated about the relevance of what they are learning. There it comes then, the transformative learning concept and also transformative education. As we have discussed before, it is still important, it is still very timely to assure the knowledge and competence of our students, the future healthcare professionals. Also assuring their performance. In our assessment system, we need to assure that they know and they are able to show how they communicate with their future patients, for example, and how they make or develop critical decisions. However, at the same time, we also need to move upwards by assuring that our students learning in our classroom, in our laboratory, in our simulation-based centers, or even in our hospitals, our teaching hospitals, they are also able to translate all of their competence and performance to the real practice. It means that move up to the dust level. And with all of those changes, we would like to have future healthcare professionals who are also lifelong learners, hence being able to keep updated with and stay relevant with their future challenges is also critical. It means that the top of the triangle, which is assuring that our health science education students as well as teachers having their identity, having their strong role and identity as experts in the health sciences, and keep trying and attempting to contribute to improve the healthcare. And this is where the transformative learning becomes the key, because we want to move our curriculum in health science education not only to be the informative learning focus, but also towards formative learning focus, focusing on feedback and also the learning processes of our students to the transformative learning. So we want the students and also the lecturers to be the center of the learning processes, because it's not only important to learning to know, to do, but also very critical that we provide the learning environment to support our students to be the future healthcare professionals and to be able to contribute in the future healthcare system. This is a very busy scheme, but the core is actually the aim is actually trying to describe the transformative learning theory and how we can implement the transformative learning theory in our day-to-day interactions with our students and also with the teachers and lecturers. Transformative learning actually is started by our ability to self-evaluate and then move to the critical and deep assessment of our personal assumptions. So it means that when we discuss in the classroom or in the laboratory or even in the teaching practices, we understand and we try to escape from assumptions that our students do not have previous knowledge and experience. They must have previous knowledge and experience, and with that previous knowledge and experience, we're going to use those to move further with discussing according to our learning outcomes. It means that with those learning experience and also the experience as well as the previous knowledge, we would like our students and we would like our teachers to help the students explore their knowledge, find what they know, identify what they don't know, and also identify the solutions of the problems being presented as part of the learning resources, as part of the learning triggers. Hence, at the end of the day, we would like our students to learn really from the real problems in the community, reflect on the science and the technology being used, and also keep attentive to the expected cognitive skills and attitudes. And at the same time, the students and teachers, they are human, of course. We are human, we are people, we have characteristics, we have preferences, and in the learning processes, highlighting the self-reflection and dialogue, the characteristics of the students as well as the teachers are, they need to be recognized well as well. So we hope by having this learning process, the transformative learning process is very much person or people-centered. So we don't want to impose fancy pedagogical methodology. We have already in our toolkits a lot of methodologies, also learning strategies, but we want to remind ourselves of the importance of having discourses and also dialogues between the students and teachers. If we give the students the assignments, for example, be it the individual assignment or group assignment, we hope that the teachers or the lecturers also present in the process of discussing the assignment, not just scoring the assignment. So that's a simple example of this. Hopefully, by incorporating this in our diverse learning experiences and learning interactions with the students, we hope to instill the change of the mindset towards more of the internalizing the critical thinking, open-mindedness, adaptive and collaborative skills, and enhancing their personal and professional development. It means increasing the self-reflection competence, skills of constructive dialogue, and also highlighting the importance of experiential-based learning and the importance of developing the supportive learning environment in our faculty or in our education program. So with this scheme, I hope, and I would like to also suggest that we use this to reflect on our current practice. I can see that there are also lecturers joining this conference, and I can also see that the students are also joining the conference. So let's just use these transformative learning models to reflect on what do we mean by learning at the end of the day. If we mean that by learning is that we complete our assignments, is that true? Is it enough that we complete our assignments and get A for our subject? Perhaps now it's enough, but when it comes to the how then we use our achievement, what kind of change in the future, in the real practice, to that we can contribute. Talking about the safety or health occupational health, for example. If we learn about the occupational health theory, in day-to-day basis, have we translated our knowledge on occupational health by at least observing the day-to-day basis of, doesn't have to be far, just in our campus, whether the occupational health level of our lecturers, our students, as well as our professionals working in our campus, have we addressed that adequately or not? Because if we learn the theory, if we learn the best evidence of occupational health, the impact that is expected from us learning and also researching that particular subject is that there is the increased level of occupational health, at least in our nearest surrounding or environment. Before we move on to the other practice side. So that's the simple example of how the transformative learning is aimed to transform not only the knowledge and skills, but also transform the personal and professional identities of the students as future healthcare professionals. If we are expert in occupational health, it means that we need to be able to contribute to solve the problems in the subject area, and at the same time realizing that to be able to solve the problems around the subject that we have expertise on, we also need to collaborate with other experts in the social science, for example. We also need to collaborate with the regulatory body, for example. So the learning experience needs to enable what we call as the socializations of our students and also teachers. Hence, they have the exposure, enough exposures of what the future healthcare professionals they want to be and they need to be in the current learning system, in the current education system. So we don't need to wait until they work later on as professionals. We need to bring in the expected role of the professionals later on to our current classrooms. Hence, the socialization and also the exposures happening. They have the dialogues and also reflective practice, and also they have the role models coming from their lecturers and also the professionals brought in the education system. So, in this occasion, I would like to also highlight the importance of focusing. I mentioned that transformative learning is very much focusing on the person, on people. So the human skills are very necessary. We know the exponential growth of using AI in our day-to-day life, in our learning, in our research, and particularly everything. And I would like to advocate for us, all of us, to maintaining the human institution, and meaning maintaining our skills as human. The critical thinking skills, the language skills, our conscientiousness, our ethical attitudes, reflective skill, our resilience, our teamwork skill, our willingness to succeed, quality-minded, everything. So let us not losing all of these human skills despite the need of having the AI literacy. So ladies and gentlemen, the artificial intelligence use is also central for transformative learning. However, since transformative learning is actually very much reflective and encourage us to go back as person, as human, it is also very critical to use the AI in a human-centered approach. Because AI should help us to be better at what we do, to be better learners and to be better decision makers. Therefore, when we go back and reflect on our current curricula, we understand the importance of the learning outcomes. It needs to be relevant with the needs of the work later on, the future work, and also the need of the healthcare system. And the process needs to be able to enable our students to re-engage in day-to-day practice with the interactions with the students. So the underline of this is that the presence of the lecturers now, the teachers, are even more important in this era. With the explosions of the technology, the AI, we still want and we still need the lecturers to be the center and to be not just the information provider, but also as the mentor, as the role models of our students. Because we need the adaptive curriculum, and the adaptive curriculum required adaptive lecturers and teachers. Because it means that in the adaptive curriculum, the teacher guides, the student personalizes their learning, they know what they need, they know what they want to learn, not just completing assignments. And the content that we prepare enables all of this, so that all of the components actually are adapting to each other, aligning with accelerating students' learning. In practical meaning, it means that frequent formative assessment and feedback for our students, student-centered and emphasis on metacognition and self-regulated learning. So we need to instill this capacity of our students. They know what they know what they don't know, they know why they need to learn, and also the use of the technology. Because at the end of the day, we need better adaptive lecturers. The lecturers is beyond just information provider and guide. The lecturers are also role models, facilitator or mentor of learning, assessors, curriculum developer, change agent, scholar and researcher, as well as professionals. So the institutions need to provide the environment as well as support as the faculty development program for the lecturers. Hence, the transformative learning development and implementation can be done or can be implemented. This is just a very small view of our focus group discussions with the lecturers in LPTK this year, that at the critical and reflective thinking, mindset and attitude changing, meaningful and in-depth learning, innovation and creativity, personal and contextual experience, as well as student empowerment are the capacities that are actually needed by the lecturers nowadays, particularly coming from our LPTK lecturers. Therefore, when we hope that there are curriculum changing, curriculum adaptation, first we also need to support the teachers so that the teachers can be the engine for all of those curriculum changing and curriculum adaptation. Therefore, the need of the comprehensive faculty development. So when we want to develop the transformative learning, please always involve the lecturers and assure that our lecturers are ready. Because, as I mentioned before, the person should be the center of this transformative learning education. And it's in regards of the health science education as well as the healthcare and health system. Because in this health science education, we are dealing with the faculty, students, stakeholders, as well as the patients and community. With that, I would like to close this speech by highlighting that the transformation, including the transformative learning, is not a one-off project. It is a continuous reimagination of how we learn, teach, and apply knowledge to real-world problems. And when we call transformative learning, it means that we need to assure that students as well as lecturers are valued, acknowledged, feel safe, and are included in the learning community as full and active members. With that, I would like to thank you all for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Prof. Sukadiono and Prof. Ardi, Prof. Titin, for their insightful and inspiring presentation. Both speakers have highlighted essential dimension of healthcare transformation, from policy and system integration to transformative learning and professional identity formation. We will now proceed to the Q&A session. For both keynote speakers, I would like to invite our on-site or online participants. We welcome the questions. Any question from the audience on site or online? And kindly state your name and your institution. Let me check from Zoom. Let's see. And on-site participant, I can see some thinking faces over there. Just raise your hand. Someone will approach you with microphone. For both, yeah, Prof. Suko and Prof. Ardi. Question? Oh yeah. Okay. While waiting for the question.
Any question?
Thank you, Zain.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Before I ask a question, let me introduce myself first. My name is Muhammad, but you can call me Hamid or Alza, whatever you want. So I got a question. We talk about healthcare safety and transformative learning in education. So, how we really going to make this transformative learning tough, hit different in healthcare, like not just teaching to follow the rules, but actually changing the whole mindset so safety become part of the cultures. Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Hamid.
Iya, Prof. Monggo, Prof. Iya, Prof. So I hope I can understand your, thank you very much, Prof. Your question correctly. So let me rephrase the question. So how we can practice, or in practice, how we can implement the transformative learning system? Is it correct? Okay. So as students, the transformative learning implementation requires the ability to reflect on what we know, what we don't know, the skills that we have. Later on, I believe Prof. Dianta Sumantri will discuss this further. But ability to evaluate that is necessary, so that we can at least attempt and then later on assure that the transformative learning is happening in our classroom. So it means that as students, it is important, and as lecturers, it is important for us to assure that before coming to certain learning sessions, the students are prepared. But even prepared, it means systematically and maybe unsystematically. Why I'm saying this? Because systematically means perhaps the lecturers will give the students certain assignments, reading assignments, or watching certain videos first before coming into class, or even having the observations in the environment before coming to class. That's systematic approach of preparation. However, as I mentioned before, students are not a blank slate. We as students and also lecturers are not blank slate, of course. Students, coming from your life experience, you have experienced before. And coming from what you have learned, you have certain knowledge, certain level of knowledge and skills before. And everyone, all students bring all of the knowledge and also skills as well as experience into class. And later on in the, during the session, the discussion, problem-based learning sessions, for example, or any other approach, We can discuss a problem, the lecturers can introduce the problems, and then the students can explore what they understand and even what they don't understand from the problems. And coming from that, they then can identify what they need to learn further. And they can identify, oh, my knowledge now is relevant, and I know how to apply the knowledge later on. And all of these processes requires not only the student's ability to engage in the critical thinking, as well as in the curiosity of new knowledge and also new skill set, but it requires also the lecturers who can be the facilitator of all of those processes. So the learning session in classroom is beyond just like, now I'm lecturing, and I'm not lecturing, but it should beyond this. Because the discourses and dialogue and discussion is very much needed. Otherwise, transformative learning will not be happening. I hope I answer your question. There are a lot of lists of practical tips to be able to implement this in our day-to-day learning sessions. I hope it answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Ardi. Hamid, thank you. Any more questions from the floor? Yes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name Muhammad Rais. You can call me Rais. I have a question. How might the overall reliance on the artificial intelligence in the healthcare simulation negative effect student and development of the critical thinking and the hands-on the clinical skills? Thank you.
Yeah, so artificial intelligence, I know this is a very hype topic to discuss now, because I believe that all of us here, at certain extent, we must have been using AI in our life, or even in our formal or professional task. And yes, I would agree with you, and thank you very much for raising this important question, because in using AI, we need to be able to maintain our human skills, including the critical thinking. In practical, I have discussed this with Prof. Harry this morning actually. If we use generative AI, for example, ChatGPT, we need to know why we're using the ChatGPT. What is the purpose of using the ChatGPT in that very occasion? Say we want to ask about certain things or certain definition, and we want the definition to be very comprehensive, but we need to know why we're using that. That's first. And it requires our critical thinking to finally decide whether we're going to use it or not. Number two is when we develop the prompt. Developing the prompt requires our knowledge. Otherwise, we are going to just use just inquire the ChatGPT very generally. Hence, they will just give us all very general answers, which will not always be relevant to what we need. So number two is assure that we know what we actually are seeking, what information we are seeking, to what details we are going to need that. It means that prompt engineering is a skill set to use the AI, including in ChatGPT. Number three, if we get the feedback from the ChatGPT, all of the information, the critical thinking is needed very much, and our reflective skills is also needed to decide whether the information is actually what we need and whether the information is actually reliable. We can ask ChatGPT to give us the suggested citations even, but we need to be skeptical, and skepticism is part of the critical thinking, that is it true? And it means that if they suggesting certain references, please just be skeptical and check the references directly. I know now in the current technology, even the Adobe Acrobat, they also give us the AI interception, where actually, if you are lazy, we will not read anything. please just read the references and just extrapolate the information from there. And going back, then we can collaborate more meaningfully with AI, and we can separate the information that actually are correct, are reliable, and the hallucination, or the information that are actually not correct. Okay, so having said that, it's also important to understand the ChatGPT, and other generative AI, they have also their specification. And if we read underneath, there's also always the disclaimer that actually the human using the generative AI needs to always check the accuracy of the information. And as students, being able to do that, of course, it is the skill, it is part of the AI literacy. The lecturers need to be able to facilitate and also mentor the students and also, like supervise all of that. So it means that if we have assignments, it needs to be clear whether the students are allowed to use AI or not. And if the students are allowed to use AI, to what extent the usage of AI is allowed. And with the realization and also our self-awareness that the critical thinking process needs to be still instilled in all of this learning process. So it's the homework not only for the students, but also for the lecturers actually. So thank you for that, a very important question.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Any more questions? Oh. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dabira, or you all could say my name Dabira. I have a question. It's about in digital transformation that Ms. mentioned earlier that we need to comprehensive development institution. But in the field, many institutions still have gaps and even difficulties in obtaining information about digital transformation. Okay, thank you.
So the digital transformation, thank you very much for the question. I think we have discussed it very much in details in our last conference, right? Yeah, so the transformative learning process, as I have described in my presentation, it was the core. It was the expected learning process happening in the day-to-day classroom, in day-to-day practical sessions, or in all of the education program. That's what we hope. That's what we expect. So if we call the digital transformation, and I would like to link that to the need of the use of the technology. So all of the learning processes that I described will very much will get the benefit from using the technology. But if we say that the use of the technology, including in transforming our education to be more digitalized, to be more of technology friendly, again, I would like to highlight the need of the purpose of having the digital transformation. So not just randomly just change everything to the digital form, or and we're losing the aim of the learning itself. So any use of the technology, any use of the digital, and also the movement toward digital transformation needs to always anchor to the person, which are the students as well as the lecturers and the teachers, and going back to the aim of the learning itself. So the digital transformation needs to be linked with the transformative learning, where the learning is the first thing that we need to consider. What kind of learning, what are the learning outcomes of certain sessions, and how the digital transformation and also all of the technology enhanced learning, the technology can actually enhance the learning, not moving all of the interactions, needed interactions between students and the lecturers. If you use the technology to enhance our communication and our dialogue between students and teachers, please use the technology. If we use the technology and digital, all of the digitalization form to give more access to our students, not only in this university, but also in other parts of Indonesia, for example, please use the technology. But the aim needs to be there at first before we decide on what kind of digital transformation that we're going to engage with.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. My name Muhammad Aiman Ajib. I have question. How can AI help improve the effectiveness of public health education? Thank you. How can AI help improve the effectiveness of public health education? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I think there are a lot of rooms where AI can increase the effectiveness of the education, including health science education. There are a lot of intersection where AI can actually help, even in the curriculum development, when the lecturers are actually developing the instructional design for the students' subject or the classroom. AI can also be very helpful, even in developing the assessment rubrics. And for the students, going back to the need of using the AI ethically and responsibly, the students can actually also have a lot of benefit in using AI, but with the keywords of using it responsibly and ethically. So in giving us the first ideas on certain things, for example, but not replacing us in completing the assignment. Because even though AI, they have the intelligence and their intelligence are artificial, I would like to suggest that in terms of the designing the curriculum, of course, we need to, as I mentioned, to clarify where and which part of the assignment the students need or probably have to use AI, or and in other occasions you are not to use AI at all because the lecturers or the subject needs you to be able to think more thoroughly. And I think in that regards, the AI, a lot of benefits, but what this is probably the practical example. Lecturers, when they develop the assignment, they understand the assignment well, of course. They have the certain learning outcomes that are attached to the certain assignments, say some writing assignment. And then the lecturers ask the ChatGPT to help the lecturers to develop the assessment rubric. Is it okay? It's actually okay, no problem. The students can also be informed with that assessment rubric. Or the assessment rubric can be put in the instructional design that is disseminated to the students. And the students then read the assignment, and since the writing, it's a writing assignment, say 1,500 words, students then ask AI to help them develop the assignment, because even though the assessment rubric is there is no clear regulations about how the students should or should not use AI for that assignment. So the students just use the AI to complete the assignment and submit the assignment, probably without checking about the accuracy of the information and so on and so forth, because the student is very much skillful in developing the prompts. And the lecturers, having 150 students in the class, need to check the 1,500 writing assignment. The lecturers can put the assessment rubric and all of the students' assignment in the AI and ask AI to score. Where are the people? There's no process of the lecturers
and the students. That is so scary. And this is just the very extreme example. If we are not mindful about using AI, we are losing the interactions of the lecturers and the students, and all of those processes are done by AI without we are realizing it. That this is not a good example, and we need to avoid that. So using AI, we need to be very mindful. Yes, we need to be able to collaborate with AI, but still, overall, we cannot lose our human skills or our critical thinking skills. And this is I would like to share this highlight not only to the students, but also to the lecturers. We need to be able to be very mindful and use the AI ethically and responsibly. I think. Yeah, that's an extreme example, but very scary.
Very relevant indeed with our direct practice as students or as lecturers. So there's someone raising their hand?
Hello everyone, my name is Mentari, and the introduction of AI into education, which is well known as you mentioned before as well, is very big. And however, many people have misused it, as you mentioned before, and it is becoming one of the most I'm sorry, can I repeat my question? However, many people misuse it and become overly dependent on AI, such as you mentioned before, that the students ask AI to do their assignment. How shall we respond to this? Yes, we need to be mindful, but not all people can be mindful. So is there any way to maybe like a way to tell people to be mindful? Thank you.
Yeah, there's no, it needs to be practiced, basically. Thank you very much for the very critical question. Mindfulness is not something to be preached on. It needs to be practiced, and I think using AI and collaborating with AI is good examples for us to stay mindful. And I just want to say that from all of the examples and discussions we had in this session, it needs to be done as a system approach. So if we can tell the students, so be mindful, be responsible, be ethical in using AI in doing the assignments and so on and so forth. But of course, we need to yes, we can instill the skills for that. So we need to also reflect on our current curricula, whether we have already prepare our students to collaborate with AI ethically and responsibly. And it's also the side for the lecturers, whether we have already prepared the lecturers to be able to use AI responsibly and ethically as lecturers, and how the use of AI in the curriculum development, in assessment, in a day-to-day practice, in the teaching sessions and so on and so forth needs to be used, AI needs to be used responsibly and ethically. So the system itself needs to be there. So we don't only need mindful students, mindful lecturers, but also mindful leaders and also mindful system. So the system, the regulation, all of this, the environment that also keep reminding us about being mindful in using AI needs to be there. And in practice, so the assessment itself, I think it's very much a lot of hits on great hits. I mean the impact on assessments, because we need to be able to go back to observe the capability and also the students' capacity, not just through writing assignment, for example, but also how they provide their arguments verbally, for example. So what we call as the FIFA FOSE sessions now is globally is going back to the, for example, the doctorate examination, for example, because yes, we read the assignments, but we need to also listen directly from the students. So it means that when we, as lecturers, later on, we conclude whether our students are competent or not, it needs to be based on the very authentic assessment, not just rely on one to writing assignments, for example, but also by observing them in the day-to-day sessions, in the discussions, and also observing them when they do really do their individual tasks or even the team tasks in the real practice. So the system needs to be mindful as well.
Thank you.
Most welcome.
Thank you. We still have one or two questions. We still have time for one more question.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Omar. I have a question. To what extent can AI replace traditional methods in healthcare education? That's it. To what extent can AI replace traditional methods in healthcare education?
Let me just try to respond. Yeah, I know that. Thank you very much for your question. So actually, we're not talking about AI per se, but then this is, I know that everyone has been very curious about the AI impact, AI use impact in the health science education. I must say that it's there, it's here. And we need to assure that we have what we call as the AI literacy. But before we attain I mean as the students and also lecturers, we attain to the AI literacy, it's also important to think about other capacities, like I mentioned the critical thinking skills, our basic knowledge on the basics, our science, the health science, for example, and how we can critically interpret the information. All of those literacy are needed before we are attaining the AI literacy. And I must say, you mentioned about how it will change our health science education landscape for sure. So if we're not using AI now and responsibly and ethically in our education, it means that I'm afraid that we are left behind. However, having said that, AI needs to be incorporated mindfully in our curricula, in our teaching learning, in our assessment, and how we also make sure that the teachers as well as the students are well prepared. We need to also think about how then we can navigate that. And I have to say that globally it is a challenge, but we cannot just say that students, you cannot use AI at all in my class for lecturers, or the students, I keep using AI to help me, guiding me in doing assignment, for example, without really think about how this approach will impact their critical thinking skills development. Because the evidence has already said what we call as the AI de-skilling. I mentioned this in our previous conference, what we call as AI de-skilling. The phenomenon is happening because we are human, we are getting lazy. So it means that yes, we need to collaborate with AI, we need to use AI in our current learning environment, but still we need to make sure that the use of AI is always human-centered. And students, you are the future healthcare professionals. You are the future experts in health science education. Please do not give up on being competent and professionals and your human skills, and give everything, all the opportunities to AI. Because at the end of the day, you are the ones who are going to be the healthcare professionals or the health science education experts, not the AI. The AI will be there to help you to be more professionals.
Participants, distinguished guests and speakers, thank you very much for Dr. Sukadiono and Prof. Ardi for your inspiring insight and thoughtful responses during our discussion. We also would like to extend our appreciation to our on-site, and thank you for the question from students just now. And thank you also for the participation from online participants. Please join me in giving the appreciation to Prof. Ardi, which is just now presenting very inspiring thought with us. Thank you so much, Prof. And ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a 15 minutes coffee break before we continue to the next session, keynote session. We're going to have 3 more keynote speakers with us after the break. Please take this time to refresh yourself and network with colleagues. We will reconvene promptly about 10:40 a.m. For the next keynote presentation. Thank you once again. Enjoy your short break.
I'm sorry, before we come into the break, we have one more performance. So please wait for a minute, first of all, But thank you very much to Bu Izul, and thank you very much to Professor Dr. Andri Vindiantini, PhD, for the presentation. And also, thank you very much to Professor Dr. Sukadiono. Ladies and gentlemen, so before we come into the next session, we have a pencaksilat performance, which will be presented by Tapak Suci Uhamka. So, please, let's enjoy the show. Ladies and gentlemen, before we come into the next keynote speech, we will have a short break, so you can come back here to 10:50. So yeah, enjoy your break.
yang menanamkan rasa pada tubuh, kendali zaman. Uhamka, lentera-lentera yang menyala, berada di setiap sudut, memberikan cahaya. Uhamka, suara-suara kecerdasan dari telinga dan mata Indonesia untuk masa depan berkemajuan. Menebar kebaikan ke segala arah, bersama membangun kekuatan untuk tetap berdiri dalam cobaan dari macam terpaan. Melaju, memberi warna hidup pada ruang kemuliaan, membelum masyarakat guna pengabdian dengan dakwah dan keseimbangan. Menebar kebaikan ke segala arah, bersama membangun kekuatan untuk tetap berdiri dalam cobaan dari macam terpaan. Melaju, memberi warna hidup pada ruang kemuliaan, membelum.
Diinformasikan untuk teman-temannya yang masih ada di luar, masih istirahat, disuruh datang ke sini semuanya, segera ya.
Menjadi oase yang menanamkan rasa pada tubuh, kendali zaman. yang menanamkan rasa pada tubuh kendali zaman. Uhamka, lentera-lentera yang menyala berada di setiap sudut memberikan cahaya. Uhamka, suara-suara kecerdasan dari telinga dan mata Indonesia untuk masa depan berkemajuan. Menebar kebaikan ke segala arah, bersama membangun kekuatan untuk tetap berdiri dalam cobaan dari macam terpaan. Melaju memberi warna hidup pada ruang kemuliaan.
Okay, we are about to start our next keynote speakers. Okay, Bu Izul, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, welcome back. Let's continue our second keynote session. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Dianta Sumantri, M.Med. ED, PhD, and Professor Lua and Dr. Arif to come and join me. Thank you. Let me introduce our first keynote speaker for the second session, Professor Dr. Dianta Sumantri, M.Med. ED, PhD. Professor Dr. Dianta Sumantri, Professor of Medical Education at the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia, and Director of Digital Education Development at the same institution. Professor Dianta completed her medical degree at Universitas Indonesia in 2005, her master's in medical education at the University of Dundee in 2007, and her PhD in medical education from the University of Melbourne in 2013. She was selected as one of the 2003 Karolinska Institute Prize for Research in Medical Education Fellows. Her academic contributions span the development of inter- and multidisciplinary education, advancing collaborative practice among Indonesians' health science clusters. Her research focuses on student assessment, reflection and feedback, interprofessional education, and professional development. fields in which she has produced over 70 peer-reviewed publications and serves as reviewer and editorial board member for several leading international journals. Please join me in welcoming Prof. Dianta.
I talk better if I stand, so I choose to stand over here so that I can deliver my presentation. Okay, I have joined the Zoom and hopefully I can share the screen through the Zoom. Can I have the permission to share the, okay, thank you. Is it visible already? My share screen, okay? Okay, thank you very much. Very good morning to all of you. First of all, of course, the highest gratitude goes to the conference organizer for having me as part of this distinguished event to share my thoughts on transformative learning, especially in health science education. So when I was asked to deliver a speech about transformative learning, I wondered what is actually transformative learning. So maybe Prof. Ardi and previous speakers have also discussed about transformative learning, but I would like for you to share with all of us what is actually transformative learning for you. So if you can join the AHA slides, ahaslides.com/transforl, or you can scan the QR code, please. Tell us what you think about transformative learning when you hear the terminology of transformative learning. Hopefully you can access the AHA slides already. Sorry, I'm navigating the transformative technology now on. Okay, I see some of you are typing, so very much looking forward to hearing what you think about transformative learning. Okay, 8 participants have joined, and hopefully you're typing. So let's see what transformative learning is for you, and let's see how it matches my thought of transformative learning. It seems that the answers are quite long. You need enough time to type your thoughts. Okay, okay. If you can't see the slide, the screen, that's fine. But some of you have put active students, critical thinking, lifelong learning, learning that changes who, blah, blah, blah. Assumption, extraordinary. Okay, so we can see quite various definition of transformative learning from critical thinking to extraordinary, holistic growth, deep transformation, life-changing. Wow. So transformative learning is learning that changes your life to some extent. Okay. Thank you very much for your participation. Let me go back to the slide before. Sorry for this hassle. I have to go between one screen to another. All right. So let's look at literature. What does the literature say about transformative learning? So transformative learning is basically the dramatic and fundamental change in the way we see ourselves and the world in which we live. So if some of you mention how transformative learning is life-changing, then it is quite true that in the literature, the transformative learning is defined as a fundamental change of way in our thinking, in our way of living. And the outcome is a more open and inclusive worldview. And this worldview is integral to the lasting individual or system change. So if we look at the three fundamental shifts of transformative learning, we can see that there are changes from fact memorization to searching, analysis, and synthesis of information. Not only that, we seek professional credentials, but we also try to achieve an effective teamwork. So basically, if we learn, we don't learn in silos. If we try to work, we don't work in silos, but we try to work in team. We try to be a good team member. And that also counts as transformative learning. From non-critical adoption of educational models to creative adaptation of global resources to address local priorities. For example, if you mention PBL as a transformative learning, PBL is coming from the West. Are we really sure that PBL is suitable for our context? Do we need to modify PBL to some extent to fit our needs, our social-cultural context? So if we do transformative learning, means that if we adopt something from the Western world, from the developed countries, we have to think whether it will fit our own context. So if we look at the future, this is my oversimplification of what the future would be like. We see on the top right-hand side that there are problems: cost of living crisis, environmental changes, polarization, misinformation, and disinformation. Looking at that challenges in the real world that we live in, it's important for us to develop our literacy. Literacy in terms of the technology, the data, and also the human literacy. So it's very important for us, all students and all teachers, to continuously develop our professionalism, our ability to think critically and reflectively, even in the midst of the technology that we know as AI. A recent article in 2024 has highlighted several, if I want to call it transformative learning, I think I can do so, which reminds us the importance of awareness of the increased use of technology and artificial intelligence, the importance to establish a science of learning. So if some of you mentioned that transformative learning is about critical thinking, assumption, and so forth, that really aligns with this notion that the importance of science of learning, how we develop our critical reasoning, develop a broader view of the world, and how we, as teachers in particular, can deliver a more individualized, personalized, and real-world learning. And the future demands us to be adaptive and also able to work in team. So maybe one of the transformative learning in medical education or health science education is how we can have more emphasis on collaboration rather than individual work. Maybe we can assign more grades or more scores or more weighting for assessment that fully assess the collaborative practice. And the future also demands a more diverse healthcare workforce. So we see here that there is this increasing mobility between countries, between areas and regions, and there is this increasingly access to high quality healthcare for the whole population. So we need to have a more diverse healthcare workforce, and this also, I think, accounts as transformative learning, how we can ensure a more inclusive selection process, how we can have more students coming from diverse population, coming from less privileged background, to become students in health sciences education, so that they coming and study and teach in the diverse and inclusive student population, we also have a more positive attitude towards diversity. So I think one of the transformative learning in education, not only in medical and health science education, but overall education in general, is the importance of the equity, diversity, and inclusion alignment model. So starting from the very beginning, which is the selection process, we have to ensure that our selection process is inclusive, is unbiased, and we employ inclusive procedure, so that equal access are given to all potential candidates, and there is this perceptions of fairness into the selection process of coming into medical school or the health sciences schools. And within the training or the education program itself, we need to have inclusive education, unbiased assessment. Hence, we will be able to produce graduates that could apply this EDI principles in their workplace. In the future also demands us to be a T-shaped professional. T-shaped professional is when we, whatever our field or our profession, for example, I'm a medical doctor, I'm specializing in medical education, but I will have to have other expertise or other knowledge and also experience in other fields as well. I have to be able to converse with other fields, other disciplines, other subjects, so that I can have this, what it's called, skill liquidity reserve. So even though you're a medical student or you're a health science students, you need to know something about AI. You have to have the literacy of AI, for example. You have to have the literacy about economy. You have to have literacy about your cultural context. So able to be communicative, you'll be able to work in teams. So all of those things are put as the what we call skills liquidity reserve. So basically, we have to have the change of mindset. As teachers, in particular, we have to have the change of teaching mindset. We don't teach what to know, but we teach how to know and how to behave. And hopefully with that skills, we will be able to produce future-ready, future-proof healthcare professionals. And this is particularly for the teachers. Perhaps I see that most of the participants are maybe students, but let's say you are a future teacher, so here are the things, several opportunities that we can create to develop this new mindset in teaching. We have to have more emphasis on soft skills. We have to ask students to declare the use of AI. We utilize more case studies and project-based approaches. We teach students how to manage uncertainties, and we use creative means in teaching. So learning in medical school does not only, opening books and recalling all the information, memorizing all the information, but it's about conducting an art project, an art performance to help you nurture your empathy and your professionalism, for example. So that's how I think transformative learning should be conducted. I would like to highlight I would like to draw your attention to these 4 areas which I think requires the transformative learning. Our world is now faced the challenges. The first challenge would be like the sustainable living, the climate change, the environmental crisis. We hear nowadays more and more proof that climate change is real. I just read from the news, I think yesterday, that there is a mosquito in Iceland. Mosquito never lives in Iceland because it's just too cold for them. But now there are mosquitoes in Iceland, which means environmental crisis is really, really happening. So what can we do about it? So we also have to talk about collaborative practice, artificial intelligence. I see some more questions about artificial intelligence have been posed in the previous session, and a little bit about professional identity formation. So let's see AI first. So here are the use of AI in teaching and learning. This is, I think, not pertaining only to medical schools, but also in health science education, but even outside of the health science, where AI can help us in teaching, supporting teaching, and empowering the learner. There are many, as you can see on the right-hand side, the many features of AI that could help us in learning and teaching. AI in assessment is also a very prominent use of AI in assessment. It could deliver for us immediate feedback for a high number of resources, a high number of assessment, but less resource intensive. So previously, maybe if one teacher would have to score each of the assignment, but now we can put all of them into AI. although we have to discuss whether it is ethical or not, but basically AI can help us by we just put the assessment into the system and then they can generate feedback, even they can generate score. So maybe there's some objectivity there. However, the literature reminds us that it is just important to assess for bias in AI as just what we would for human assessment. So if we acknowledge that human can make errors in assessment, so does AI. For professional development, AI is increasingly used to enhance lifelong learning, AI-driven digital platform for continuing professional development, and even some studies have used AI as life coach. So individual can have conversation with AI to, a bit of curhat. Curhat is, expressing your feelings and your thoughts, your disappointment and so forth. And it's interesting how AI can mimic the human responses towards our expression of feelings and emotions. But we have to be very careful. As you have maybe heard, some countries have started to think about how to ban the use of AI for underage students, for example, because they can lead to some suicidal thoughts or depression and so forth. So we have to avoid over-reliance on AI, and we have to encourage our students to still engage in authentic interpersonal interaction. So here are just the pedagogical dimension of AI. So UHAMKA, for example, as an educational institution, need to govern AI use in higher education, rethink about assessment and examinations, how we can still maintain students' skills, generic skills, and how we can prepare students for AI-driven workplace. AI is here, we cannot deny it, don't deny it. There's no use of denying it because it's already there. But how can we ensure that students are ready for AI-driven workplace but still use AI ethically and responsibly? I love this article so much. This is from The Economist. The question is, I think, for all of us, will AI make us stupid? For now on, the technology is not so sophisticated that it can make us stupid, but perhaps in years to come, there are quite significant opportunities that AI will make us more stupid. So when that time comes, will we care? Will we care to limit the use of AI to ensure that we still maintain our cognitive ability, our critical thinking? The second issue is sustainable living. As I've mentioned before, climate change is here, environmental crisis is here. We as developing countries perhaps are more prone to environmental crisis. We don't have enough resources to mitigate that compared to our counterparts in developed countries. So what we can do is actually transform our education to also include the thinking about how to make healthcare more sustainable and how healthcare practitioners can contribute to creating a more sustainable living. Okay? So there is this increasing mandate across the education space for more transformative, inclusive, integrative, and even disruptive approaches to learning, which can strengthen our capacity to work towards the goals and imperatives of planetary health. So basically, we have to start thinking of how to make our education more sustainable and how healthcare practitioners can contribute to a more sustainable healthcare. So I believe perhaps most of you are health science students or medical students or health science students. Do you know how much carbon footprint or carbon emission produced by healthcare service? I don't know the exact number, but it's a lot. So healthcare service contributes a very significant amount of carbon footprint. And that leads to the climate change that we're experiencing now. So we need to think about that. We have to do something about that. And it can start with education. There are already frameworks for planetary health education in the literature. Educational institution can take inspiration from there. How can we train our teachers to be more aware of planetary health? How can we put the competencies of healthcare, planetary health into the curriculum? Universitas Indonesia in the consortium with Utrecht University and UGM, Gajah Mada, and also several universities across Asia and Europe is now developing a curriculum of planetary health education for developing countries, including in Indonesia. So we are very hopeful that we can have a module that we can introduce in medical schools and health science schools as well to deliver a teaching about planetary health. How can we introduce planetary health competencies for our students, train our teachers to be aware and able to facilitate learning in that area. So hopefully we can contribute something to the significant problem of climate change throughout the world. So this is the importance of planetary health education. So unhealthy planet will have a profound impact. We may not feel this now, but I'm sure we all are really experiencing this. We experienced a very hot weather in the morning, but then poor raining, heavy rain during the afternoon, and that's also a sign of climate change. So curriculum on planetary health needs to be incorporated into existing curriculum, but of course the extent of the integration can be very varied. But what is important is there is a minimum requirement or standardization across institutions. A bit about professional identity formation. I think Prof. Adi has also discussed this perhaps in more general. But for health professionals, I think we have to understand that the behavior of a good physician or good clinicians or good healthcare practitioners should spring from within. So it's about who we are, not what we are. So there is the identity, we call it identity. So it's more comprehensive than roles because identity is an understanding of the self and the notion of that self within an outside context. So basically, it's not only about what we do as doctors, as nurses, as public health practitioners, but we have the identity as doctors. This is who we are. We are doctors, we are nurses, we are dentists, and so forth. And to be able to develop that professional identity, there is a process of socialization. So we have to negotiate the values and norms. There needs to be some reflection towards the experience, whatever learning experience that you have in the clinical setting, for example. We use that to create our identity. So I believe transformative learning, it's about transforming ourselves as not only the competencies that we have or what we do, that is our roles, but more importantly, who we are. So that's also transformative learning. And I would like to emphasize the importance of learning environment to help students nurture their professional identity formation. So we have to have a supportive learning environment which helps students or facilitates students to learn, to be able to have professional socialization, and to maintain their well-being. So here is a nice concept of learning environment. It is about the personal life, it's about the social life, it's about the physical and virtual spaces, and it's also about the organizational or the culture. So if we want to have a transformative learning as a whole, we have to pay attention to all of these four components, not only the individual student, individual teachers, but also the cultural, the norms, the organizational culture. We have to take care of that too. Because medical school learning environment or educational institution learning environment is one of the determinants of medical students or any student's behavior. And this learning environment relates to achievement, success, and satisfaction of the students. And if you can see, learning environment is divided into several levels: the microsystem, the physical environment, the meso environment, and also the macro environment. So I think this particular conference starting to have to contribute to the development of learning environment, perhaps more on the institutional. So based on this conference, for example, you create policies, procedures related to transformative learning that could facilitate students' development of professional identity. So that's how we can create our learning environment. This is the last aspect that I would like to touch on during this presentation. It's about the collaborative practice. So as you might all fully aware that there is the trend of interprofessional education and patient safety. Patient safety is already there. It's already established concept. IPE is actually also a quite established concept, but perhaps more in the Western world and the developed countries. While in Indonesia, interprofessional education is starting to establish around 10 years ago, so not very long. But we can see here the importance of interprofessional collaborative practice where multiple health workers from different professional backgrounds provide comprehensive service by working with patients, their families, carers, and communities to deliver the highest quality of care across settings. So the WHO has reminded us that it is no longer enough for health workers to be professional. In the current global climate, we have to be interprofessional as well. So I think transformative learning, one of the ways to implement transformative learning is to implement an educational program that allows and enables students from different professions, different backgrounds to learn to work together. Not only knowing students from different profession or different backgrounds, but learning about them, learning from them, and learning together with them. Because we see already some good evidence about collaborative practice. Of course, there are still neutral evidence and even less convincing evidence, but overall we see improvement in the management of chronic disease, increase outcomes, care outcomes, reduce direct cost of care, improve patient compliance to therapy. So there are a number of positive impact that we could have from collaborative practice in healthcare. So I would like to propose the importance of having interprofessional collaboration program in our institution as a part of a transformative learning process, where all students from all backgrounds and profession learn about the values and ethics as a team member, learn about roles and responsibilities as part of the team member, learn about how to communicate within the team, and how to implement team and teamwork. So here is the IPEC core competencies, the competencies for IPC in 2023. And I guess we can adopt these competencies for our own institution and then expand it a little bit or modify it a little bit according to our own socio-cultural context. All right, so here are the take-home message. So first, transformative learning is learning from real-world problems through critical analysis and reflection. And the problems that I've mentioned before is just some of the problems. We have more and more, many more problems, but at least our awareness towards the existence of environmental crisis, our awareness of the importance of soft skills and our identity as whatever profession we are, our awareness of the importance of teamwork and that intelligence, emotional intelligence is even more important now, I think that would be a good stepping stone for transformative learning, because from there, we would then able to create curriculum, create program that could address all of that problems. Of course, we're not a problem solver for everything, but let's do what we can do through transformative learning to help solve the world's problem. To do that, it requires changes in teaching and learning mindset. So not only for the students, but more importantly, perhaps for the teachers. How teachers can have this teaching mindset of teaching not only what to know, but how to know and how to behave. So whatever comes, whatever challenge that occurs, students are ready to mitigate that challenge, to respond properly to that challenge, because we equip them with not only knowledge, but skills to be able to know what to do, to be able to know what to learn. So again, coming back to the science of learning, it is now even more important for us to instill the science of learning, the skills of learning for our students, not only information. If you want to focus on information, you can have AI to do that for you. But the skills of learning itself, so far AI is not capable of assisting with, not that capable to assist us with that. So it's very important for us to have this change in our mindset. Advanced technological development and various crises in life demand transformative learning. As I've mentioned to you before, environmental crisis, cost of living crisis, the polarization, etc. It really demands transformative learning starting from the university level. And lastly, the soft skills and generic skills need to be nurtured and given considerable portion in the curriculum, because we never know what's coming next. What are the problems in the next 5 or 10 years? But if we have the skills, if we have the science of learning, we will be able to overcome whatever comes our way, and we will be able to transform our learning according to what the challenges are in the real world setting. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention. I'm very much looking forward to having further questions and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Dianta. Let's have a round of applause to Prof. Dianta. Thank you again, Prof. Dianta, for your inspiring and comprehensive presentation. Prof. Dianta emphasized that as healthcare rapidly evolves, health science education must also adapt to real-world challenges through critical analysis and reflection, the essence of transformative learning. Now let's move to our fourth keynote speaker. Let me introduce Prof. Lua Peilin. Prof. Lua received both her bachelor's and PhD degrees in pharmacy from Cardiff University, United Kingdom. She has been a lecturer for 22 years, having previously served at University Malaysia Sabah and University Teknologi Mara before joining UNISZA in 2007. Her areas of expertise include quality of life, pharmacy practice, and behavioral health. Her current research projects focus on complementary and alternative therapies in epilepsy, a digital health application for Parkinson patients, and disaster management in pharmacy. Please join me in welcoming Professor Lua Peilin. Everyone? Yes.
Thank you very much, Prof. Izu, for the kind introduction. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera. I'm from Malaysia. The university is called University Sultan Zainal Abidin. And we are still very young, and we are the 6th school of pharmacy in the government sector in Malaysia. Anyway, I bring to you today talking a little bit about transformative learning in pharmacy education. I hope there are pharmacy students here. If not, then we are all healthcare providers to be. It is just the same what Prof. Dian and also Prof. Andi and Ari will talk also about the same thing today. Okay. Just to go back a little bit about the basics of everything, transformative learning, what it is actually, is very simply, we have to transform our thinking. So if you want to transform what you're going to do in the future, first of all, you have to examine yourself and the values and attitudes that you have before you can actually transform what you're going to learn, or the learning will transform you, and later on you transform the way you are going to work. So similarly in pharmacy, we would like to become more inclusive. Discriminating attitude will have to be out, and open, reflective, and also emotionally able to change. So that is really the essence of this Jack Meziro's basic principle when he introduced it many years ago. This one better? It's a bit on the heavier side, nanti dia jatuh, you know. You can hear my suara merdu sekarang. Okay, when you are a child, it says that your learning is formative, you know. That means you get it from other people, your parents teach you everything, your kindergarten teacher teach you, and you will follow. What is round is round, what is square is square. But when you are an adult, okay, the way you see things are going to be a little bit different. Because you're already contaminated. You will have distortion in your thinking. Yeah? So that is where transformative learning comes into place. Because why? Let's see. Sorry, I keep pressing the wrong button, yeah? Just to make sure you are not sleeping. Or I'm not sleeping. Okay, many years ago we have this andragogy, which emphasizes self-directed learning. You are doing it still, you know, it's not that it's already in the far past distance. Hutagogy
which focuses on your self-determined learning. It really encourages you to critically be aware of what you're learning. In fact, as adult and human being, we not only learn, we have to teach ourselves to learn. You have to teach yourself the way you are learning. That's why you have techniques of learning that you have to know. And also there is this concept called social reconstruction, okay, where it looks upon conscientization, which is actually you are becoming aware of the contradictions that you have. We human beings are full of bias. We have distorted thinking sometimes. So we cannot follow the norms sometimes of the world. That's why people become murderers, people become robbers, because they do not follow the norms, right? And in teaching and learning too, sometimes we are a bit resistant to learn something new. And that is because of all our biases, okay? So the distortion in adults' frame, according to Maziro, okay, can be epistemic, which results from an individual's learning style, because our learning styles are all different. So it may cause us to become rigid. That's how I learn, I like it that way, I'm going to learn it that way. I'm going to memorize. I'm going to just learn it in a very dry, rigid way. Okay, that is epistemic. Psychologically, it can include predisposition. It is based on your personality traits. Some people are extrovert, some people are introverted. So that kind of, very basic personality trait will influence the way how we receive our education, okay, which is an internal locus of control. It will affect how we perceive, how we react to new information. When you learn, whether you're a medical student or pharmacy student or even dietetic student, you will get to be imparted upon with new information, right? Sometimes things that you already know, but sometimes things that you don't really know yet, and sometimes things that you don't know at all. So how do you absorb that and transform your thinking? Okay, it depends very much on who you are. And socio-linguistically, these are biases that you develop from your cultural norms, where we come from, our religious orientation, maybe sometimes it's also sexual orientation, things like this we cannot run away from in our modern way or modern life today. And also the language that dictates who we are. So okay, in learning science and technology nowadays, we cannot run away from learning in English. Okay, whether we like it or not, even China is learning English, yeah? Indonesia's English is very good nowadays, long ago Malaysians' English are not so good as well, and we really have to catch up. The Thai people as well, I can see that many years ago when I went to Thailand, the younger generation knows English better, but the older generations are still sticking to their old language. And in South Korea, when I went recently, the older generations are still not that savvy, but the younger generations are very fast now catching up. Okay, so transformative learning in healthcare education, why do we need it? Because Prof Dianta told us just now about how much is affected in our money in terms of rising cost expenditure for healthcare. If you are always sick, yeah, your government have to pay for your hospitalization and your drugs and medicine, medical equipment, procedures. It will cost them money. And a country which is full of sick people cannot progress. You cannot be sick. You have to be. That's why you are here now. You're trying to cure people, but you yourself cannot be sick first. In the aeroplane, if something happens, when the oxygen tank drop down, you have to put it on yourself first, right? So you have to be good first before you treat people. Okay? And we have a lot of aging population, so there will be a lot of chronic diseases, workforce shortages. You don't have enough doctors and maybe pharmacists and nurses nowadays, Nurses are always exported, especially to places like in the Middle East nowadays, yeah? A large ecological footprint, you will want to know what this is later. And uneven access to care. Sometimes we have people living in the rural areas, we have people in the urban areas, they are more fortunate. But all this has to be taken care of. And because of that, this transformative learning concept has to be included so that we become somebody who is more reflective, critical, and also we can adapt. We are flexible. Okay? And healthcare becomes more complex because your patients nowadays are not The patients, 30 years ago, when they look at you, oh, doctors are mystical healers. Whatever you say, I will follow. Nowadays, as simple as you give them antibiotics for 5 days, they will only take it for 3 days. Because after 3 days, they say, I'm feeling well already. You see, all this non-adherence problem is a pharmacy problem. It's really what we talk about from, the 1950s, 1920s, up until today. There are still people like that. Okay? And even worse, they are much more knowledgeable than you. They already searched the internet and now they have AI to help them too before they come and see you. Doctor, what is wrong with me? Oh, doctor, I think you are wrong because I think I know better. I already searched on the internet. They say that my problem is not like what you said. It's very dangerous to get this kind of patient nowadays, right? So we have to really equip ourselves and changing regulatory environments. That's why regulation is important. Regulation is also needed in AI, like, Prof. RD told us this morning. You have to use it berhemat. Okay? Okay, in pharmacy practice, the scope involves more extensive patient-facing roles. Of course, you meet more patients now. Patient will walk into the pharmacy as you are the frontliners. Okay, in COVID last time, during COVID's time, who were the person that they look after? They look for first if they are sick. They have to walk into the pharmacy to find some remedy first, isn't it? And they don't have to necessarily go and see the doctor because they have a test kit now. Okay, and more involved in clinical decision making. Pharmacy also have to learn to work interdisciplinary with other professionals. We cannot be in silos anymore. And to succeed, of course, you need to change not just your knowledge, but also your perspective in looking at things. This is where transformative learning comes into place. The way you look at things, the way you view things, the way you digest what you have been given. Okay, so developing professional identity, it has been said just now, some of our speakers also mentioned about professional identity. When you are learned, when you finish your degree, when you go out there, you will have to be a little bit of a different person because you have to develop a certain level of professional identity because it will influence how you think and also how you relate about what you are doing. I don't know whether we can watch this, I don't know which button to press. Can I need the help from the technician to just show us, the AR and VR in pharmacy teaching nowadays? Can we go that far? Boleh technician minta tolong bantuan? Jika boleh tekan hyperlink. This is a learning hub in Keele University. In the School of Pharmacy. So if we can adopt all these things, it will be in the future. It looks very sophisticated if we can look at things this way, but is this going to change, transform the way we look at things? Hopefully it does, but we have to do some evaluation. Okay? It's nice to learn like that, right? Rather than us speaking here traditional method. Okay, this is from Keele. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next slide. We have a couple more videos if you are already sleepy, and then we can look at the rest. Okay? So what are distortions? We have distortion. We have biases. Okay? Number one, according to Maziro, we have a disorienting dilemma. A certain education that we receive, it will challenge our own belief, our existing belief. So we must have, felt a little bit of dissonance, uncertain. I don't know whether I'm going to receive this well or not. Can I believe it? Number two, you have to go on to a step which is called critical self-reflection. The individual evaluate their own assumption, what is underlying in them. Okay? And this deep self-examination is really key to recognize that you actually have distortion. Sometimes we are biased, right? Even to a certain emotional level, sometimes we don't like a certain people. For what? I don't like the way she looked like. I don't like she got too many moles on her face. I just don't like her. These are all distortions in our life. Critical discourse is when they go one step further to have an open dialogue, discuss things with their colleague, discuss things with whoever that can help them to learn further. And perspective transformation is when after you do the discourse, then you will have some change in your perspective in looking at things, which makes you more inclusive, self-reflective, and therefore discriminating in terms of discriminating the right or the wrong, okay? But not discriminating by people's gender or whatsoever. So these are all the 4 stages of transformative learning that we are going to look at. For the pharmacy student, I have placed a few scenarios that we can look at later. But of course, we can be disoriented when we learn new things, okay? So in pharmacy education, you do not just want your student to have drug mastery or clinical procedures, but you will have to develop, remember, professional identity. You must have ethical reasoning. You must be able to be flexible. That means you can adapt to different situations, different scenarios that requires a different level of energy from you actually, different consciousness and interprofessional understanding, and also you have to make it sustainable. What you learn, sometimes we are biased because what you learned 10 years ago is different from what we learn now. For us too, lecturers, we have to change our way of learning. We have to absorb and embrace new things. Another video please. For pharmaceutical manufacturing VR training, you can see that, you know, virtual reality has brought us to another level of training. You do not have to be congregated in the industry, for example. You can just go and look at your screen and learn from there. Hopefully it will transform again the way you learn. Okay, so this is learning from mistake without risk, injuries, and understanding whatever complex step. So this is in the manufacturing unit, for example. So nowadays you don't have to be, you know, in a big group to go to all these places. So probably in the future, we may not have enough industry or kilang to cater for all of us. We have to look upon this type of feature to go to, okay, if VR can help us. Next. What is this orienting dilemma? Number 1, let's say you are a final year pharmacy student, you are finishing your hospital clinical placement. During ward rounds, your medical team prescribed a drug, enoxaparin, a low molecular weight heparin at the standard dose for a frail elderly patient with severe renal impairment. From pharmacotherapy classes, you recall that enoxaparin dosing should be adjusted if that person has got renal impairment, for example, yeah? Okay, to avoid bleeding. However, when the student cautiously raises this point, the senior doctor responds dismissively, we have always used this dose here. That means we have always done this. It's okay. It's common for us to do this. So you are a new student. You are trying to challenge a senior doctor. So this is called disorienting dilemma. So then you start to feel confused. You start to feel conflicted. Didn't what I learned is what is supposed to be done in the clinical training? So this is called, you're starting to have your dilemma. So should you push further? Which means that, are you challenging the senior doctor? Or what if you are also worried because you are ethical? You are worried that the patient can get some harm if you don't adjust the dose because she's got a renal impairment. Okay, so this situation directly challenged your student assumption. Okay, it says that because you learn from your lecture notes, whatever you have learned before you go to the clinical placement, that clinical decisions has got to be always evidence-based, by right, and then raising valid concerns will be welcome. You thought, but it wasn't. And knowledge alone, is it enough to ensure patient safety? So knowledge is good, you have got that, you want to practice that, but now you are stuck. So this is just an example that you you can encounter this very easily when you do your placement. And why is this? This is a triggering event that causes a person, now you have to critically examine your previously held belief. And because of that, it may lead you to shift your perspective in your training and also your practice in the future, okay, and your professional identity. So your clinician follow guideline or not, your students' evidence-based becomes the disorienting event. And cognitive or emotional conflict gives you some tension between what you learn, your knowledge, and also between the hierarchy that exists. You, student, doctor, and also you are conflicting because there's a patient there, sick, and her safety is also your concern. And student questions how to advocate effectively in the real world clinical practice. That is your critical reflection, and what transformative potential you have, you may have to develop, okay, now you transform. You may have to develop new strategies, how to communicate with the senior doctor, and in doing the interprofessional collaboration so that you can have some professional confidence for the doctor to maybe follow what you want. Or it's not just what you want, but maybe for the doctor himself to change his mind a bit. Or maybe for him to convince you that the dose he is using is okay because of what. Okay, so this is just an example of a disorienting dilemma. What about step number 2? You start to have self-reflection. Okay, let's say a hospital pharmacist, you follow long-standing practice, you automatically dispense proton pump inhibitors, yeah? Any elderly patients, you know, you just give them PPIs for prophylaxis, okay, without reviewing each patient's individual risk factor. And then you went to a course, the continuing professional development, the CPD course lah. After the CPD course, it was talking about de-prescribing and PPI overuse. Then you realize that actually your routine habit, all this while you have been practicing something that may actually contribute to polypharmacy, that what you have been doing is maybe not so right, okay, maybe increased risk of infection, and also nutrient malabsorption if you keep giving PPI all the time. Okay, so the pharmacists begin to critically reflect their own professional behavior. Okay, why have you been doing this automatically all this while? Why are you prioritizing convenience over clinical appropriateness? You should actually look at each patient, you should tailor individually. You shouldn't follow everything just like the textbook, general textbook telling you what to do. And how did your assumptions about standard practice form, and are they evidence-based? And what changes should you make so that you align with the best practice of today, you know, of the current thing, and also the most important thing, patient safety. Okay, so you will deeply self-examine yourself and try to later change your practice. So you are already on track to do transformative learning. You're already on track. Okay, so according to Mazirau, this self-reflection will involve examining your underlying assumption just now, your values, your belief, your action. You question how did you come about to have all that thinking before this, your assumption. And you evaluate whether is it still valid now in the current context, and therefore you may change the way you your practice in the future. So you transform your practice. So in this case, you question your habitual dispensing, you recognize the gap now, your behavior and evidence-based care is different. Okay, and then you reflect on your professional responsibility lah. You already see that, oh, maybe I'm not doing it the right way anymore, and you can adopt a new and more reflective approach. So you are on track number 2. Track number 3, you will get a critical discourse. For example, you get together. In this scenario, you are a group of clinical pharmacists in a tertiary hospital. You always dispense broad spectrum antibiotics for surgical epilepsies, about a week or 5 days before operation. Although this has been long-standing institutional practice, recent National Antibiotic Stewardship Guideline, the new guideline says that a single pre-operative dose to reduce antimicrobial resistance is enough. Okay, so during an antimicrobial stewardship committee meeting, you will engage yourself in a structural, critical discussion, okay, with the surgeon, with the physician, your colleagues, to examine evidence from updated guideline. From there, you share. All this while we have been given 5 to 7 days before. Now the new guidelines say you give 1 dose pre-operative. Is it going to work? Is it going to prevent the infection? Semua tu. Okay, and through this critical discourse, the group collectively identify outdated assumption, okay, and acknowledges barriers and also develop a strategy. I'm sorry, is that azan? Sorry, I stopped for a while. Thank you. And of course, from this course, you maybe gather together, make a meeting, then you decide, oh, okay, we are going to follow the new guideline now. I have transformed myself. There is already transformative learning in me, isn't it? Okay? You actually get together and agree that this should be the way forward. That critical discourse involves engaging with others because you want to examine, challenge, and validate your current belief, your assumption, your practice, and it allows learners to explore multiple viewpoints. You don't just, be very biased towards what you believe all this while. And it helps you to justify and revise. You have to revise your meaning and perspective. Things in medicine is always changing, so you cannot help it that, it goes on, and it will change, berubah, ya, dia akan berubah. And collective transformation, not just individual change. So collectively, with your colleague, you agree that the change has to be done. Okay, so that is called a reflective debate, a reflective re-examination, where you redefine the appropriate antibiotic use. Okay, so that is a transformation. Okay. And finally, you come to a perspective transformation, whereby in this scenario, for example, if you're a community pharmacy in apotek, okay, you have traditionally believed that your primary professional role is to dispense medication. You want to give it quickly, you want to give it accurately, it has to be quick, it has to be correct. Okay, fair enough. That is what you have been doing. Okay, because you want to make sure it is efficient, your customers are happy. But one day, a regular patient with multiple chronic conditions come, they appear confused about their medication. This is regular, they've been taking the medications you give. Okay? And then through a brief medication review, the pharmacy discovers serious adherence problem and potential drug interaction. The patient admits they rarely consult their doctor and rely mainly on the pharmacy for advice. And around the same time, you also attend a CPD workshop and on patient-centered pharmaceutical care, which highlights that your role as a pharmacist in medication therapy management and health education and collaborative care must also be emphasized. So through critical reflection and discussion with peers, you realize that actually your previous view of your practice was a bit narrow. Okay, you are not mencakupi semua. Okay, narrow, you are task force, you are just concentrating on the job, but you're not thinking as a whole and in a bigger perspective. So over time, you begin to actively engage in patient counseling, at least once in a while, bring them back, counsel them back about what drugs they are taking. Because if you leave them alone for so long, because you think they are regular, they already have a lot of knowledge, you may not know that what happened in between, you have missed already. Okay, they may have, not been adherent as before. That's your assumption. Okay, so this is the culmination of transformative learning. Once you have all these 4 steps, you come to perspective transformation, you're already at the climax, you're already at the peak, you already transform yourself. As you can see, I'm not sure about the photo, yeah. If you look at things regular view, let's say on the road, you can be quite narrow. But if you look at it from a different perspective, different angle, then you can see things in a better way, in a bigger perspective. You see that? So that is a deep, irreversible shift in your worldview, also in the shift in your professional identity and practice. Okay, so what you did was, you transformed from a dispensing-centered model to become a more patient-centered care model. Okay, hopefully your behavior after that will be retained. It's irreversible. You don't go and reverse to go back to the old-fashioned way anymore. So you can transform yourself. It's not, it's not impossible. It can be difficult, but it's not impossible. So these are some applications that I have taken out from the internet. There are a few studies that have checked, even pharmacy students, like the first study, they were checking a threshold, the mark, they want to identify and detect at which mark, at which point that you actually transform already. That there is a threshold for you to cross when you already have your own transformation. From a student mindset, you already become a practitioner. Usually maybe in your second year, third year, they do this evaluation. And research have shown that you can internalize aspects of professional identity. Number one. Number two, this is using some design thinking to foster problem solving. This is just research that people have done, okay? It encourages you to have new perspective and divergent thinking. Your thinking cannot be one-sided. It has to be a lot more than that. And in the third study in the UK, they actually group pharmacy student together with a medical student, and they do some research about the Maziero's framework for transformative learning. And they found that it works very well when you are with another healthcare professional collaborating with each other. Because you can, if you are with a medical student, maybe you feel, I'm talking to a pharmacy student, you feel a bit low, you feel you don't know much, but when you talk together, you work together in the ward rounds, you realize that they don't know everything and we don't know everything, so we share things. And that shared discourse will increase your confidence in working together in the future. That's why we have integrated courses now in pharmacy. This fourth study, using FINGS taxonomy. There is a new taxonomy besides, there are many, but they say they use FINGS instead of the Bloom's hierarchical taxonomy, because the FINGS taxonomy is a bit different. It is not the classical way, but it shows sustained change. So this is a different taxonomy in their curriculum. Okay, so another thing by Kleppinger in 2025, this is new, yeah. They redesigned a course, they use different grading, different rubric. All this while, we do an assignment, we have one rubric and that's it. But in their study, you can resubmit your assignment a few times. They have additional, let's say if you want to get a C, you have to complete a minimum assignment. But if you want to get B, you have to do extra. If you want to get A, you have to do extra again. So of course for the student, they complain, they say that, it's very burdening to do, but some students appreciate, because by doing extra, they learn a lot more. So this is a redesigning of the rubric of how we evaluate the student. These are more for the lecturers to think about. Okay, and students as partners. In this Malaysian study, I think in Nottingham University, Malaysia, they study how if we bring students into the curriculum review committee. We usually have, but we only check very superficially with the student. We get their feedback. But this one, the students sit side by side with the lecturer and review and revamp the curriculum, because it is how they feel when they were a student. So when they review together, they feel very empowered. And the curriculum that resulted from there will become more relevant and also more engagement. It is what the student want, together with what the knowledge that is obtained from the lecturer. So they combine these two things together to make the curriculum much more transformative. Okay, so there are some regional studies also. The first study is the same one, which they group the pharmacy and the medical student together. There's also a curriculum transformation with measurable student outcome study by Singh. This one, if I'm not mistaken, they redesigned the curriculum. This was done by Monash University. They redesigned everything in 2017. Okay, so their changes involve a lot of a lot of re-evaluation of what they have been doing traditionally. So it's totally a new curriculum, and they found that after that the students feel that they have learned a lot better, they are more satisfied, they are more confident to go out there. Remember, in transformative learning, you have to be the agent of change. So you are the agent of change. Okay? And there is also a toolkit that they use transformative learning theory, okay, in this PANS study to enhance the pharmacies. They learn to increase their professional identity. So there are many studies that they have done from different angles. Some do the rubric, the evaluation, some change the curriculum, some change the professional identity. They have evaluated all that. Okay, these are also another review, yeah, whereby you provide or you outline how Meziro's transformative learning can map onto pharmacy education. This is a review actually by Lonnie and Desai. But this is long ago, 10 years. Okay, that means since long ago we can see that people have already been very aware about transformative learning in pharmacy. Long ago they don't do much in pharmacy, but lately things are moving very fast. And there's also the Federation of International Pharmacy Network that give you a regional guidance and calls to transform pharmacy education in Southeast Asia, so that they want it to be more experiential context. If you notice, yeah, with AI nowadays, if everything is, you know, documented, assignment, you can ask AI to do it. But if I ask you to go to experiential placement in the hospital, you cannot ask AI to do that, right? You have to be involved. You have to know. You have to have a certain knowledge in order to participate in that placement and experiential learning. Okay? So these are the outcome. You get transformation triggers. You get some common outcome about change professional identity. These are all the outcomes from the evidence from studies. Effective instructional elements. So all this while we have been doing it. You have PBL, you have simulation, you have refractive journal, mentorship, whatever. But how much did you evaluate? Did they actually transform the students' learning? Okay, and also there are some barriers that have been talked about you know, some hierarchical constraint that we see just now with the senior doctor. How you're going to actually cope and handle that situation. So there are implications that you can, you know, embed all this interprofessional simulation, case-based work, experiential learning, which you're already doing. There is using threshold concept that you can do, providing structured reflection. You can do a structured reflection, just like you write journal every morning or every night. Participatory curricula, that one. Yeah, students get involved in curriculum design, redesign. Alternative grading just now, they grade it differently. Ensuring the curriculum also support not just knowledge, but also the pharmacist identity. Some more videos, and we're going to close in the last slide after this. This is the pharmacy launch simulator, isn't it? Again, you don't have to congregate. 2 more. Let them wash because I think they are sleepy. Adakah perut sudah berkeroncong? Sebab sudah dekat dengan lunch time. Okay, virtual training lab. Ini untuk lab. Untuk lab pun, kalau lab is very limited, we can always interchange the students. Some go to the lab. This week you go to the real lab, you go to the virtual lab. Next week you go virtual lab, the other person go to the real lab. So it's fair. Okay? But
So in this
can
step,
also
we're
learn
going to be removing the HSA volume from the HSA bottle. Always be sure to properly dispose of the syringe in either side of the BFC to be removed later.
Yang nampak tangan saja ya, tak ada human being kat situ. This is the aseptic preparation lab ya. Interesting, you would like to join one in the future? Maybe you tak mengantuk sangat lah kalau masuk lab macam ni kan. In the real lab, or you scared of spillage, safety tu is a concern also. Okay, safety, takut tapi tak boleh, mesti buat yang betul juga. Yang betul kena ada. Okay, cannot be all cartoon lah, cannot.
This is
Nanti you
Pharmacy
pun jadi cartoon.
Simulator, an interactive 3D
Okay, this is
game-like
another
experience
simulator
in which
for the
students can learn
pharmacy
to be a
shop, yeah.
pharmacist. There
They
are
will give you
currently
some
3
scenario lah.
environments available: a community pharmacy, a hospital, and a community doctor's clinic. Students learn by completing scenarios. Once a scenario is loaded, the student can click on things to interact with them. There are a range of things to interact with, such as the dispensing computer, patient monitoring equipment, and patient charts. But most scenarios focus on developing communication
You can
skills.
even pick up the chart. You see, everything
To
is,
communicate
of
with the
course, for
patient
the lecturer
actor,
to key
we
in
simply
lah,
click on
the
them.
lecturer have to
Students are then
decide
presented
what
with
kind
a
of
series of
scenario to put
dialogue
in.
options to choose from. The student is expected to read the available options and identify which ones are worth selecting.
Sure, if you think it's important.
Once we select a dialogue option, the actor will respond both verbally and with animations and body language. To simulate the natural flow of a conversation, some of the dialogue options may then be taken away, while some new ones will become available. The actors also have a mood system. They can become angry or happy or sad. Once the student has completed the scenario, they are presented with a scorecard, which itemizes every action they performed and provides detailed feedback. There are currently over 150 scenarios available in Pharmacy Simulator. These scenarios have all been built by pharmacy educators themselves using the inbuilt scenario editor. The scenario editor allows you to create every part of these scenarios without any help from a software developer or a 3D artist. The scenarios are then shared with students via the cloud. Pharmacy Simulator is available now on all major platforms. To get a quote for your school, please visit
You can even change to
www.pharmacysim.com
the language
or
you
email.
want. We will see all sorts of patients with all sorts of languages kan. So boleh bercakap bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Jawa, bahasa Mandarin. We can put because we are going to see these people in our real life. Okay, next, dah nak habis. Don't worry. A bit more. There are two more slides. Very ringkas. And make the money worth. You fly me all the way 2 hours from Kuala Lumpur and from my hometown another hour, so make it worth it lah kan. Okay, next, these are some educational tools that we can think. Now the integration of transformative learning and with the AI coming in. Okay, so these are the challenges ahead lah. How you can design your dilemmas, your reflection, hopefully genuine. Your faculty have the development expertise or not. Okay, and your cultural context that you want to integrate into the learning. Your assessment, that means cannot be normal paper exam anymore. It has to be a little bit different, maybe many layers of grading. And of course, to sustain everything. Okay. So thank you. Remember, my take-home message is: have I only received education, or have I been educated? So adakah saya hanya menerima pendidikan, atau betul-betul saya telah terdidik? Itu yang kita kena ingat. Semua untuk pelajar dan juga untuk pendidik. Okay, sekian, terima kasih. Thank you for your attention. We can open for questions. Yeah.
Thank you. Let's give Prof. Lua a round of applause. Thank you again, Prof, for your inspiring talk and examples and with the digital tools, etc. Now, before we go to Q&A, we have one more keynote speaker. We have here Dr. Ari Setiawan, Ari Setiawan MBA PhD from Universitas Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. HAMKA. Dr. Ari completed his bachelor's degree in theology and philosophy at UIN Wali Songo, Semarang. His master's of business administration in healthcare administration at Taipei Medical University, and his PhD in public health from the same university. He brings extensive cross-disciplinary experience from both the public and private sectors, serving as halal auditor for the Indonesian Council of Ulama (LPPOM MUI), executive secretary at PT Multireka Surya Utama, and lecturer at UHAMKA. His research and teaching focus on healthcare management, sustainability, and institutional innovation, reflecting his vision for integrative leadership in modern health system. Before we go to Pak Ari's presentation, we would like to invite Prof. Dianta. There is an appreciation, token of appreciation from UHAMKA to Prof. Dianta. Now let's listen to Dr. Ari's presentation on transforming healthcare safety and the quality of service utilization to enhance patient satisfaction and global well-being.
Thank you very much for the moderator for letting me here. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, first of all, I would like to say thank you very much to the committee of this conference who inviting me to be here with the great speaker, with Professor Dianta and also Professor Lua. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ari Setiawan. I am a lecturer in the Department of Public Health in the Health and Science Faculty UHAMKA. Okay, maybe before I start, I have an ice breaking. Check. Okay, please. Could you please stand up? I have an ice breaking. Okay, when I say, check. When I say international conference, you can say inside 3 times, okay? With the hand like this. And then if I said inside 2025, you can say is the best. Understand? Okay, let's try. International conference. One more time. International conference. Inside 2025. Okay, one more. If I say UHAMKA, you can say Kampus Unggul. Okay, understand? Okay, one more. International conference. Inside 2025. UHAMKA. Okay, thank you very much. Well, today I would like to present the topic that actually quite similar with my dissertation before. The title is the Transforming Healthcare Safety and the Quality of Service Utilization to Enhance the Patient Satisfaction and also Global Well-being. So I don't talk only about the healthcare safety, but also the quality of service to enhance the patient satisfaction and global well-being. And here is the outline. First is the background. Second is the problem statement. Third is the key concept. And later we will talk about the healthcare safety and service utilization. And also how to advance the patient satisfaction and global well-being. And the last is the conclusion and future direction. Okay, for the background, the healthcare system around the world face increasing pressure to deliver safe, efficient, and patient-centered service. The transforming healthcare safety and service utilization has become critical priority to improve the overall of the quality of care, patient satisfaction, and also global well-being. Transforming utilization practice involves redesigning service delivery model. It means that all system in recent day probably is not significant anymore or not reliable in delivery system. So it need to make a new design or redesign so that could make the more efficient and also based on the patient needs. By integrating digital health technologies and improving the communication between the provider and also the patients, it could increase the efficiency and decrease the medical errors, also to enhance the trust between the patient and also the healthcare provider. Okay. So if the patient feels satisfied, it means the system of the service is very good and the communication between the healthcare provider and also the patient is going well. Next, please. The technology has transformed to the landscape of the healthcare delivery and management. There are integration of the digital innovation such as the electronic health records. It's like the store patient medical information in the digital so the doctor can easily to access even the update the information of the patient. Also the telemedicine or telehealth, it's allow the doctor to communicate with patient by online. And then we have also the AI or artificial intelligence. It helps the patient to analyze their sickness or for the doctor can analyze the data and more accurate for diagnosis. And then for the mobile health, also enable to patient to monitor their own health, track the medicine, or even receive the reminder if they have the regular medical checkup. For those all of the innovation has improved the accuracy of the diagnosis of the healthcare service, and also the efficiency of the treatment and also the continuity of the patient care. Slide, please. While such the technologies has significant potential benefit, regarding the Abdulaziz, they introduce it also can be new patient safety risks. Regarding to WHO, there are several patient safety risks, such as the medication error because of the system, and also the communication due to the electronic record. Also, maybe sometimes it found the surgical error in the patient and also misidentification. Slide. From that background, I have summarized the problem statement here. First is, even though technology has advanced, patient safety problem and inefficiency of the healthcare service still happen often. This issue compromise the patient trust, reduce the quality of care, and also affect the patient satisfaction and global well-being. In many health systems, lack of the coordination and poor communication between the patient and also the provider, it will reduce the quality of care. So there is an urgent need to transform the healthcare safety and service utilization practice to reduce the preventable harm. Next. And here I have the 4 key concepts. First is the healthcare safety transformation. It focused on improving patient safety and upgrading the healthcare system. Second is the service utilization optimization. It to make sure the patient can get better access of the service. And the quality of performance, it measures how well the service meet the patient and need. And the last is global health and well-being integration. It highlights the quality in the access of the healthcare. Next. Okay, for the next slide is the introduction of the healthcare service. The definition of the healthcare service is the system and action taken with the design to improve the health or well-being. And the purpose of the healthcare service is to deliver perfect treatment from the qualified provider in suitable setting for a specific patient. Next. Healthcare safety. The definition of the patient safety is the foundation of the healthcare quality. Safety means the preventing harm to patient during care. Based on the WHO, the definition of the patient safety is the absence of the preventable harm to patient and reduction of the risk unnecessary harm associated with the healthcare to an acceptable minimum. Next. So this is the big question. Why healthcare must change? Because of the world is changing fast, we don't know what kind of the new disease, what kind of the virus will be faced in the next. So we need to prepare what kind of the technology and what kind the patient needs. Because of many people still face unsafe care and unequal access to healthcare service, so we need the system that is safe, fair, and focused on the patient. With the goal is the better patient satisfaction and global health for everyone. Next. And here is the empirical evidence from WHO in 2023. 1 in 10 patients still experience preventable harm in hospital globally. Also, common adverse events that may result in avoidable patient harm are medication error. Study by Hodgkinson, 1 in 30 patients are exposed to preventable medication harm in medical care. And there are several strategies to transform the healthcare service. First is the implement digital health tool for monitoring and error prevention. Second is the strengthening policy framework and accreditation system. And the last is the provide communication training for the healthcare worker to patient. Because of using the continuous training for healthcare worker, it will be essential to ensure the high quality patient care and keep up to informing medical knowledge and also maintain the professional competency. Next. Next. How to apply the transformative safety? First, train the medical staff in the teamwork and safety awareness and make safety become a part of step of work. and then promote the collaborative learning environment to patient. And then for the patient, need to empower to give the feedback, because using the feedback can evaluate the healthcare service. Also, we need to track or trace the progress with the result. Goal is the fewer error, more trust, and safer care, because the safety initiative directly influence the quality of healthcare service. Next. Okay, and then is the quality of healthcare. Definition of the quality of care is the degree to which health service for people and group increase the likelihood of desired health outcome and consistent with the current professional knowledge. Quality of service need to satisfy the patient in accordance with their need and expectation. Next. The equitable access to healthcare is crucial priority for achieving the sustained success in the future. Health equity is achieved when everyone has the chance to attain full their potential health, and no one disadvantaged from this issue because of the social condition, such as the social status or other social determinant. Next. Defining the quality of healthcare, Donald Pedian in 1988, he created the concept to measure healthcare quality. He classified the assessment quality of care into 3 categories. First is the structure. In the structure is include the physical and organization characteristic of the provider. Second is the process, including the interaction between patient and also the healthcare provider. Also the treatment, counseling, and examination. And the last is the outcome, is the result, the effect of the healthcare on the status of the patient. Next. Service utilization as access, equity, and efficiency. So the healthcare utilization depends on the availability, affordability, and also the awareness. There are several strategies to improve the utilization, such as the expanding the primary care system, improve the accessibility, and then monitor and also the evaluate the regularly to enhance the patient need and satisfaction. Next. And then we move to the patient satisfaction. So patient satisfaction is the key for determining how efficient healthcare is delivered. By providing the healthcare service to satisfy the patient is a key factor affecting the existence and development of health facilities. Patient satisfaction with the healthcare service are becoming a major focus of in many scientific studies. Next. Because the patient satisfaction is the key indicator of quality and trust. And patient satisfaction reflects the success and credibility of the healthcare system. By ensuring the quality of service, provide the crucial to meet the requirement and expectation of the patient. There are several ways to give the survey of the patient satisfaction to give the feedback, such as the giving the questionnaire or the interview for the patient to evaluate what their expectation and what their perception. Next. And then for the, based on the Battle et al., there are 2 factors that determine the patient satisfaction and healthcare utilization. First is the individual characteristics. It includes the personal factor related to the patient and what kind of the influence their health behavior. And second is the structural characteristic of the healthcare system. This is related to healthcare system itself, affect the availability, access, and also the quality. Next. And here is the indicator and the metrics of the patient satisfaction and also for the utilization. For the patient safety, the indicator is to minimize the infection rate and also minimize the medication error rate. And then for the utilization metric is to improve the efficiency and also the accessibility to get the access of the healthcare service. And then for the indicator of the satisfaction is the report of the patient. So what kind of the experience of the patient that they can explain, for example, the perception and what kind of the expectation that they need. And the last is the global well-being. The indicator is the high life expectancy and also the QALY or quality adjusted life year. Next. So there are 4 strategies to enhance the patient satisfaction. First is the patient-centered care. It means that a way to providing health care focus on the needs, preference, also the value of the patient. Second is to improve the healthcare safety. Third is the optimized service utilization. And the last is the leverage digital health. It's about taking the advantage of the technology with the goal is to improve the healthcare efficiency and also the quality. So with the patient satisfaction, if the patient satisfaction improves, so it will be contribute to global well-being and health equity. Next. There are several barriers and challenges for the satisfaction and also the utilization. First is the system barriers. In the system barriers, the challenge is the data system. The challenge is how to collect the data and synchronize the data. And then for the human barriers, the challenge is how to give the insufficient training, even to the patient and also the healthcare worker. And the third is the policy barriers. The challenge is complex bureaucratic. The complex bureaucratic means that the system or process may be like too complicated or full of the rules, too complicated with the procedure, which mean can make the decision slow and also inefficient. Next. And then how to promote the global well-being, or what kind of the strategy to promote the global well-being. First is with the education and the community engagement. It means that empower the patient and communities with knowledge and healthy lifestyle. Second is the global health integration. So we know the SDG 3 about the good health and well-being. So we need to align it so it becomes the international best practice. And then the equity and access, to ensure all of the population receive fair or equal healthcare in service. And the last is the collaborative innovation. So in here, we need to share the knowledge, policies, and the technology to improve the global health outcome. Next. So this is the last slide. So the conclusion and the recommendation. For the conclusion, despite the significant technologies, is the advance in the healthcare sector. Patient safety also still has incident. Also, it has the inefficient service utilization. So we need to remain persistent this challenge. And then for the recommendation, first is the priority culture of safety management, and then strengthen the international collaboration to get the equitable healthcare improvement. Third is to integrate the digital health technologies, and the last is the evaluate technology implementation. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Ari Setiawan, PhD. Your talk has reminded us that technology, while essential to modern healthcare, must always serve the higher goals of safety, quality, and equity. Yeah. You have highlighted also how digital innovation, patient empowerment, and cultural of safety can work together to build trust, enhance satisfaction, and ultimately contribute to global well-being. Now, we have a Q&A session, question and answer session. Although Prof. Dianta and Prof. Luas are not here with us, but we still have Dr. Ari. We can have a lively discussion. When you are ready, just raise your hands. Yes.
Who want to ask?
Hello everyone, my name is Mentari and I would like to ask to Dr. Ari, As you mentioned before, there's a thing called patient satisfaction. Many health workers in Indonesia do not provide health service evenly. For example, BPJS insurance users, many cases say that they have been mistreated. So how should this be handled? Thank you very much.
Could you please repeat, what's your name?
So I want to ask, many health workers do not provide health service evenly. For example, BPJS insurance users, many cases say that they have been mistreated by the health workers. So how should this be handled? Thank you so much. Should I repeat my question?
Could you please repeat one
Oh
more
yes,
time?
all right. So many health workers in Indonesia do not provide health service evenly. For example, BPJS insurance users say that they have been mistreated by the health workers. So how should this be handled? Thank you very much. Sorry?
BPJS.
Yes, so how should this be handled? Because not all of us, there are many cases where they are being mistreated by the health workers themselves. So how should this be handled?
Okay, so I want to catch the point of the question. So first off, this is about the satisfaction, right? Yeah. One of the aspect in the satisfaction is if the patient has health insurance, such as the BPJS, for example, and we know the BPJS has 3 class, right? Class A, or 1 or 2 or 3, or ABC. And based on that class, so we know that there are several different. For example, if for first class, we need to pay more, and then for the class 3, we need to pay less. And also, what do we get is also different. For example, the room, if type 1, we will have 1 to 2 rooms. One room in 1 or 2 person, and then for the class 3, 4 to or 6 patients. Okay, based on this description, how to evaluate the satisfaction, actually there is several ways, such as we know the measurement of the satisfaction, we can give the questionnaire to the patient that what their expectation and what their experience. I know the measurement to evaluate the questionnaire, to evaluate the patient satisfaction, such as from the Parasuraman. Parasuraman described the patient satisfaction into 5 categories. First is about the tangibles. Tangibles mean the appearance of the physical in the healthcare service. And the second is the reliability. Reliability is the promise of the doctor to give the accurate diagnosis. And third is the responsiveness. Responsiveness means the willingness of the staff or the medical staff to help and give the service as prompt or as fast. And then the assurance. Assurance is the trustworthiness. It means that the patient need to trust with the medical doctor or the medical staff. And the last is the empathy. Empathy is the providing caring and also the individualizing attention of each patient. So for example, the staff will listen to the patient regarding what they need and show their comprehension. Okay, I think that's all for me. I hope it can answer your question.
Thank you.
More question?
While waiting for question from the audience. actually have a question like in relation to education, yeah, transformative safety and education. You mentioned earlier that training and empowering both staff and patients as part of transformative safety. Could you elaborate more on how health profession education, in this case, can incorporate safety awareness and patient empowerment early in the curriculum, like you do?
Okay, thank you for the question. So, empowering the transformative education is not only to the patient but also to the medical staff. But because we are the practitioner in the education, so we need to know also this new or the update technology, even the technology, and also we don't forget we now in the era modern we have the artificial intelligence or AI, so we can elaborate in the AI that we also has discussed it in the previous discussion. And there are some beneficial or challenge in the AI also, such as for the beneficial is we can easy to get the information and also to analyze the data, so it we can make it decision of the for example in the diagnosis. And then for the challenge is, yes, AI is not perfect, so we need to cross-check or recheck the source, even though the AI already give us the statement, so we need to compromise and then also to make sure that the information is already correct or not.
I invite questions from the floor. Any more? No? Oh, okay. One question.
Cek. Oke, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before I ask my question, let me introduce myself. My name is Tiara Agustani, and you can call me Tiara. I would like to ask Dr. Ari Setiawan. I'm sorry if I say something wrong. Can the transformation of health service improve access for all layers of society, include remote areas, and what solution can be implemented to achieve an equitable transformation? Thank you.
Is this problem with the microphone? Could you please repeat a little slower the question? Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Can transformation of health service improve access for all layers of society, include remote areas, and what solution can be implemented to achieve an equitable transformation?
Okay, thank you very much. What is your name, Dela?
Tiara.
Tiara, okay, from FIKES, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Tiara. The question is about the transformation, even in the remote area or rural area. So, in the healthcare service, I have good theory from the from the Anderson model. So, in the Anderson model, they classify the transformative or the healthcare utilization into three types. First is the predisposing factor. Predisposing factor means the characteristic of the patient. So we need to know what kind of the characteristic of the patient. So for in the transformative in the rural area or remote area, we need to know what kind of the access that they need and what kind of the information that they need, because this information will be answered if we know what kind of the access and also the information. So for example, in the healthcare service for the transformation, we need the digital health or telemedicine. So the question is how the rural area can get the access of the internet. And then for the mobile health also, does the people in the rural area already educated using the mobile app, for example? And also for the AI, so because of the AI can predict also the disease, for example, so we need to know the challenges of the AI that already explained before. And then those challenges, we need to prepare how to limit the internet and also the electricity in the rural area, and how to educate low digital literacy to the people in the rural area, and how if they lack of the device, how we maintain, and then we need of course the funding to do the elaborate of this issue. That's all, Tiara. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more question? No?
Question? Oh, okay.
Hamid, right?
I got a question for you, sir. You said we gotta double check for the AI answer. Let's say I got a test from my lecture, so I ask AI to answer or to done that. You say to double check. How I know that answer is true if I don't know the question, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, so that's why I asked to AI. Thank you so much. That's my question.
Okay, thank you, Hamid. So to recheck or double check the AI, of course we need to, for example, if the suggestion they give the link, sometimes the link is not real or not appropriate. So we need to check the link first and then make sure that the link is already appropriate. And also we can use double check by searching another website. For example, if the AI gives us the paper or article and then the article is not correct, so we need to know in the real website or in the real journal. Is it answer?
Thank you, Dr. Ari. So please always check and recheck, yeah, to confirm. Now, if there are no more questions, I think let's just conclude the session. Distinguished keynote speakers, respected colleagues and esteemed participants, as we come to the end of this afternoon's keynote session of the International Conference on Healthcare, Safety and Transformative Learning in Health Education, allow me, as the moderator, to extend our deepest gratitude to all our speakers for the inspiring presentation and to all participants for your engagement. For today's session, we have learned that the pursuit of healthcare safety and transformative learning demands more than technological advancement. It requires reflection, collaboration, and a shared commitment to human well-being. Each keynote has provided valuable insights on how education, leadership, and innovation can work together to shape safer, more equitable, and future-ready health system. On behalf of the organizing committee, I sincerely thank you everyone who has contributed to the success of this session. We will now hand the session, I will now hand the session back to the Master of Ceremony, Zain, to continue with the next part of the program. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Rizal. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of today's remarkable sessions. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our deepest appreciation to all keynote speakers, participants who have made today's programs a great success. Thank you once again for being part of the International Conference on Thank you once again for being part of the International Conference on Healthcare Safety and Transformative Learning in Health Education. See you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.